Beep, beep. Okay. So, welcome to Akademy 2022 here in Barcelona. Thank you everyone for coming. This Academy is special for us in many ways. From a very personal perspective, because it's the city where I was born, and well, with the local team who I thank very much, we decided to bring all of you here this year, which is a very important year. We have been doing Academy online for the last couple of years for very dramatic reasons, but good reasons nevertheless. And having you all back together here is very special for us, for KD. So thank you very much for coming, and I hope you have a great Academy. Before we get started, please let me thank the sponsors. I'm gonna go through them, so bear with me. KDAP, Shells, Canonical, Fedora, Ambition, The Cute Company, Collabora, OpenSUSE, Slimbook, CodeThing, Viking Software, GitLab, Syslimbit, and Pack64. Thank you very much for supporting Academy. And a little bit the logistics. We're trying to, we're in a weekend in a university where people usually are, but during the week, so there's not much thing around. We try to make it easy for you to join us and to stay around here, right? So you didn't have to go for coffee, for lunch. So we're gonna provide coffee and lunch here outside in the, garden outside. You will find things during the breaks, the lunch break and the coffee breaks. We ask you for a donation of 10 euros to help us do that, so please do it. Thank you, a donation. If you pre-order a t-shirt, we're gonna have them upstairs. It's gonna be 15 euros. If you have it exactly, that's gonna be amazing. Also, you'll notice that before at Academy, we didn't used to wear masks, but same reason that we didn't have Academy a couple of years before. We're trying to not make a big mess like it has happened to others. So please wear them when possible. We do have a code of conduct, obviously, and first of all, be nice to each other. But if you want to know the details about what is being nice to each other, you can look it up on the badge, and it's properly explained over there. Remember to wear your badges. There's some security people around, and if they see somebody who's not wearing a badge, they will, suspect that you're a marauder. So please wear it. If you see there's some kind of problem, you can find somebody with the orange badge, which is, the orange lanyard, which is what we wear, the organizers. So reach out to them. There's the red lanyard, which means please no pictures. So if you're taking pictures and there's a red lanyard, don't. If you haven't collected your badge, of course, to get it. And it's a big city. Be aware of people who might want to steal your stuff. Not that much here, although yes. But if you go into the city center specifically, be careful. We're gonna have 2 tracks. We have this one. We have a second room on the other building. You need to go outside to get to the other one. It's not far, but you need to go outside a little bit. We'll try to get signs for you not to get lost. The other one is called Saladactus. I guess that you will find it. And since the venue is humongous, but we're not all that humongous that way, please come to the front, you exclusively. And, if you see people coming later and staying at the back, we can stay a bit close, but not too close because, masks, right? All right, so this is what I wanted to tell you now for start. You'll hear from me over the week. But Now let me let you with Volker, who's going to tell us about what they're doing with Qt. Thanks, Volker.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you, Aleix. Great honor to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. Myself and Pedro down here want to share a bit about our thoughts regarding how we want to build the future of Qt and how we want to make you part of that. Couple of words to myself first. Volker Hilsheimer. I'm a stranger to most of you. I'm not a historical member of the KDE community. I have been with the Qt community for many years, not uninterrupted. Nevertheless, I have now been the chief maintainer of the Qt project since June, and this is my first appearance, my first public appearance at least, in that role. And also, yeah, Aleix mentioned it, a couple of years with the pandemic and so forth. Thank you, thank you. So it's also the first time in many years that I'm speaking in front of a room of strangers. Thanks to the organizers of last night's wonderful event. Not all of you are strangers to me anymore, at least, so that's good. And also thanks to Paul, for instance, for the interview leading up to this, talking to both me and Pedro. So I hope you have a bit of an idea of who I am. The chief maintainer of the Qt project is, to a large degree, a coordinating role, talking to all the different maintainers that we have for the different modules and different parts and components. I believe some of you are here already, and hopefully others are listening online. But it's also a responsibility to bring the vision together and to communicate the direction of the Qt project. And that's what I'm trying to do today. So the idea is, what are the hot topics that I'm at least thinking about and that I have been talking about to some of the maintainers in the past couple of weeks and months since I took over from Lars. What are the hot topics for the future of Qt? It's not a roadmap presentation. We released Qt 6.4 just recently on Thursday. And yes, now we are developing, of course, Qt 6.5. The wheel is turning. This is not a presentation about what we are going to do for 6.5, but I'm trying to rather look a little bit above that horizon and think about what is happening in the industry, what is impacting us as a project, how is that relevant for you in the KDE community? It's been almost 2 years now since Qt 6 has been released. We are soon bringing back the last significant missing module, at least with Qt location, for instance. I know that adaptation of Qt 6 takes time and that you are all also working on that particular journey. I would be interested to know a bit more about that in the next couple of days. I'm here until Tuesday to find out where you are, what your challenges are. We are now seeing that the Linux distributions are starting to pick up Qt 6 and that we have, for instance, worked with the Debian community in particular to get Qt 6 there into the repositories, which is great. But yeah, the adaptation takes time. Nevertheless, there are things, of course, that we are thinking about already beyond of where we are. So let's go through a couple of topics that, again, I have been thinking about and that I believe are quite interesting given where we are right now. So one of the things we very recently released now on Thursday, official support for WebAssembly. WebAssembly, I think, is an extremely exciting technology for us as an industry, for those of us who build applications. It has a huge potential, I believe, to be quite a game changer to how we do things. In the context of Qt, web and Qt and web has always a bit of a discussion of, are these competitors? And yes, of course, web technology, developing applications and user experiences with web technology has always been a competition to building native applications with Qt. But Qt has always been web-friendly, or at least for a very long time. Alan is sitting over there, for instance, leading all the work that we are doing in the Qt company with regards to Web Engine and Chromium. So having web content in your Qt application is nothing particularly new. And also historically, I don't know if many of you remember it, but we used to have, for instance, Netscape plugin frameworks in Qt from the very early days, and things like ActiveQt to embed Qt content in a web page. Now with WebAssembly, this is taking a whole new level. And I think Qt in the web is going to be a very exciting future for many reasons. One of them being that it's near native performance. You can bring a native application to people that are consuming their user interfaces and their user experiences in the web browser, or in at least a web runtime, to people. It's zero deploy. That is something that our customers, in many cases, care a lot about. How can we bring our application to our users, and how can we make sure that that application is always up to date? Not limited, also in terms of user interface development, to what the application can do by, for instance, what HTML allows you to do. People in the industry talk today about if we had WebAssembly in 2008, we wouldn't have needed Docker. And if you follow, for instance, the conversations that are happening in the serverless space, uploading your code to a hosting provider to run your stuff with very low latency, very lightweight, WebAssembly opens completely new opportunities there. Technologies like Isolate and V8 or micro VMs and so forth, all of these have their pros and cons, and WebAssembly is bringing a lot of promise together in terms of how lightweight it is, how secure it is, and how performant it is. And security is an important part of that, very much so, because yeah, we have experienced how coexistence of different computing routines, for instance, on the same device, in the same host, even within the same process are, of course, providing a huge attack surface. And WebAssembly is designed, at least, to tackle many of these things. And again, from a Qt perspective, that is, or from an application developer perspective, this is very exciting. In that sense that, yeah, you can, for instance, bring new content into your own application as well. Maybe that is a future we can think about. Does WebAssembly allow us to build applications that can consume more content, dynamically load stuff, have an ecosystem built around user experiences that are all based on WebAssembly as a technology? So I think there is a lot of interesting stuff happening there, and there's also lots of research happening there. For instance, especially in the website or in the web experience, how does a Qt application in a web front end, in a web UI, integrate? How do we make that a consistent user experience? How do we do things like status handling, stateful handling of sessions? How do we share URLs? The things that people are used to from using web applications. If the web application embeds a Qt WebAssembly, how do we make that state serializable across URLs, for instance? And of course, WebAssembly being a standardized binary format makes it also very exciting in terms of language integration and collaboration. Many languages can be compiled down to WebAssembly bytecode, and if they can all coexist, that is a whole lot of new opportunity. So yes, WebAssembly is now something we have been investing a lot of time in the Qt company, building and now releasing it, or having released it in 6.4. And I'm quite excited of what can happen there still in the future. I don't know how you have thought about WebAssembly as something that's relevant for KDE, for the desktop experience anyway, for end users. Let's talk about that. Yeah, languages, apropos computer programming languages. I think there is also there a lot of stuff happening in the last couple of years. Of course, C++20 is for us right now, very topical. Lots of work is happening to make Qt compile and to some degree prepare it for Qt to also use C++20 language constructs. C++ is still a fantastic language. The secret power of C++ is really creating abstractions. And for us as library developers, that is an extremely important tool. And in Qt, we have always tried to make C++ accessible and easy to use. And what is now in C++20, the big four features, ranges, concepts, modules, and coroutines, we haven't really started to use those yet. And I think that is one of the things that we are spending a lot of time thinking about, and also preparing the source base for C++20, Mark and Pepper, for instance, spending a lot of energy on making things work there. And then, of course, yeah, QML, our language in Qt to build user interfaces. There is still so much opportunity there. One of my favorite quotes is from Patricia Oss, who is building a web browser using QML for the Chrome, for the UI, and she's saying, imagine if JSON, JavaScript, and CSS had a love child. And that's how she describes QML, and I think it's a very good way of thinking about it. It's a great way to build UIs. It's a great way to build UIs that can be easily changed. That is one of the main features, I think, of a good framework technology to result in code that can be easily evolved and easily modified. And yeah, in QML, there is still lots of opportunity. We are doing a lot of work these days in terms of value types, for instance. If you are following what Ulf and Fabian and the team are doing, I think there's lots of stuff that is going to make it easier to bring C++ into QML and to generally make QML more expressive, make it easier to write. Not everything that we had in mind for Qt 6 has been done in that respect, so there's still a journey ahead of us. Also performance, of course, the compiler tool chains that we are working on. So on the QML side, I think there is still lots of stuff happening. And then there are lots of other languages, ultimately. If we are speaking about C++, C++23, of course, is happening these days. Many interesting features there, perhaps not quite as significant as what we have seen in C++20, but just like a stack tracing library in C++23. That's going to be an extremely valuable tool for us as software engineers and software developers working in C++. If const and eval ranges, implementations, and improvements, and so forth. So C++23, of course, interesting. And this, now it's the year 2022, and people have joked that 2022 seems to be the year of the C++ successor language. So there are lots of things happening there as well. Google has recently published information, or the Carbon project, for instance, which they consider to be an opportunity or a candidate for being the C++ successor. And also Herb Sutter has talked about CPP front as a front end to C++ that basically gets the defaults right, which I think is a very good idea. Any of these initiatives that make it easier for us to write high-performant, good software that is also secure, that is also free of memory leaks and so forth, I think these are great initiatives, and we as the Qt project really need to and want to be able to see what of that is relevant for us. What does that mean? Python is, of course, something that we have invested in. Qt for Python has brought Qt to a lot of people that would have never heard or thought about Qt in the first place. So in terms of just bringing Qt out there and making that available and making people aware that it exists, Python has been a great language for that. Bringing the simplicity of Qt to it. And yeah, of course, people are asking, what about Rust? Are we doing anything there? We are not doing anything actively there, but again, it's one of these things that we need to look into. How does Rust impact our industry? How does system engineering change? How does system development change? So for us as a Qt project, I think looking at Qt not necessarily as a C++ framework, because that limits so much of who feels that it's for them, but rather saying there are so many programming languages out there. Many of them don't have a user interface framework because it's bloody hard to build a user interface framework, especially one that's cross-platform. Can we make all the good stuff that we have done in Qt available to those communities as well? Like what we have done now with Python, modern C++, QML, but yeah. Circling back a bit again, WebAssembly, a common runtime, language independent, things can be compiled down to WebAssembly as well. So again, here is an opportunity for us to really think about how do we make this work together. User interface, I mentioned none of these languages come with the user interface standard library. And many people think about Qt as a user interface framework. And of course, that is where we come from, and that is still a significant part of what we are working on. It's not the only thing that we are doing, but the user interface, of course, is a big part of what we care about. So yeah, controls. What is missing in Qt? Where do we want to go with the control library and feature set that we have today in Qt, and what's missing? What's missing in terms of desktop user interfaces? What are you missing in Qt? What are you missing in Qt Quick? Qt widgets, of course, is not something we are going to actively throw a lot of new functionality into. We want to make sure that it remains relevant and remains up to date also as the operating systems evolve and bring new user interfaces and new concepts into the place. But Qt Quick is where we are seeing that we really have the right technology for future development of UI framework. So what is missing there? What is missing there in terms of framework, capabilities, infrastructure, but also what's missing specifically in terms of controls that are available. We want to make sure that it's easy to build user interfaces with Qt, and having ready-made components is, of course, a big part of that. And these user interfaces should be good user interfaces, and good user interfaces absolutely does mean accessible user interfaces, both in terms of the literal word accessible, usable, but also, of course, accessible in the sense of assistive technology, making sure that people of any kind can use the interfaces that we are building. Consistency is important there. How do we make sure that it looks correct, that it looks natural? How do we make it responsive? User interface development in Qt today, responsiveness is not one of the first things you are thinking about in terms of layout responsiveness, I mean. Performance, snappy, you click the button, you see it, of course. But having a user interface that is designed for different form factors, for different orientations, or if we live, again, in a web browser with our UI, we have very little control over what the user interface real estate looks like ultimately. And people might download your WebAssembly to a browser on your mobile phone or to a browser on your desktop. So having the ability to build user interfaces that can be well functioning and well accessible in all of these contexts, I think there is still lots of research and lots of thinking that we need to do, and then ultimately also, of course, building the building blocks, providing the building blocks. So responsiveness in terms of layout is one aspect, scalability is another aspect. How can we make user interface? If you are a user today of a browser application, of a UI in your web browser, you are expecting it to be scalable. You're expecting Control+ to increase the font size or to increase the entire user experience. This is also something that we want to think about. Can we make this something that every Qt application provides as a service? Especially when it lives in the browser, it needs to be able to participate in that interaction, but also, okay, why should a standalone application that is written with Qt not allow the user to zoom into certain aspects of the user interface without having their entire desktop zoomed in? So I think there is still, again, we need to make sure that Qt functions well and interacts well with the user no matter where the application ultimately lives. And then, of course, personalization. We have not spent as much time on making sure that Qt applications look great on the Linux desktop in the last couple of years. Let's be honest about that. We are now starting to look into this again, making sure that Qt applications observe and obey the theme, the colors that are being used by the user, making sure that we respect the user's choices on any desktop, also making it easier for the application to be aware of, is the user running in light mode or in dark mode? Are they using a high contrast theme? How can we make that information accessible to the application developer and also, yeah, implicitly make the right choices, unless somebody explicitly wants to make some other choices, of course. But yeah, respecting the user's wishes and preferences is really important. And again, that's something I would like to talk to you about during this event now also. What's missing in Qt in terms of infrastructure for you to build highly attractive and highly engaging user interfaces in KDE, but also, okay, what's missing in terms of personalization infrastructure, for instance. So user interface, lots of stuff happening there. Many of these things we are working on quite actively, especially, like I mentioned, on the personalization aspect, theming support. We are researching into responsive layouts and into scalable UIs. Accessibility is something that Qt has, from the very early days on, been looking into and trying to make sure that it works correctly, but there's always work. And of course, yeah, building new controls. And then there is another aspect of user interface development, that it's really HMI development. I'm taking that as a different thing from UI development. UI development, if you think about, okay, you're sitting down, you're using an application, that is the application you're interacting with right now. HMI, human-machine interface, is relevant in a very different context, because you don't use that device for the use of the device's sake. You're using this device in the context of doing something else, that machine that you're interacting with. And that's why I think HMI development has a couple of additional aspects to user interface development. Situational awareness is absolutely part of that. The user using your user interface is busy doing something else, and that something else might be critical, it might be dangerous, It might be driving a car, it might be operating heavy machinery or a medical device. That has very different demands and expectations to what the user interface provides to that operator of the system. So situational awareness, making sure that the user is, that the HMI gives the user tools to know what's going on around them. That is not the same problem that we are solving if we are writing a desktop application or even a mobile application. So design-driven, understanding the domain, making the right trade-offs, making the right choices, bringing the designers into the field to really understand what is the user doing, what is the domain that we need to understand in order to build a good human-machine interface is an important part of that. I'm not saying that user interface development on the desktop or on the mobile side is not necessarily benefiting from a design-driven approach, or at least from inviting the designers to the party. But I think for HMI, it requires a lot more understanding. We can't just rely on, okay, this is what it looks like on Windows. We are probably not going to make a very bad job if we are following that paradigm. On HMI, it's a very different situation. So yeah, design-driven user interface, using multiple channels as well to communicate information. There's a lot of stuff happening often. If you drive a car in heavy traffic, there is a lot of stuff happening around you, and just a screen that you look at, it's probably the worst thing to use to communicate information when you are driving a car, because you don't want the driver to look at the screen. So we need to think about things like sound and speech, using all the channels, all the sensors, to make it possible for the operator of the system to be, yeah, situational aware. Animations, 3D, these are not, we are spending a lot of time on building 3D support into Qt with Qt Quick 3D. And we are not doing that because we can, or because it's fun, but because creating visuals that are relatable and that are, again, using all the dimensions, all the sensors, giving the user all the opportunities to understand where things are in a relatable way, that is where 3D and where animations are an incredibly important user interface design tool. And making sure that these things look relatable. Doesn't mean that everything needs to be highly realistic, but at least giving the designers the tools that they need to make it easy for the end user ultimately to understand where things are, how things are moving, where they relate to you as an operator right now. So yeah, designer experience is an absolutely important part of that again. This is not something you'd simply do by writing a lot of code. Building a good effect, building a good 3D user interface or an animated user interface, you need the tools to be able to do that interactively and visually. You can't just, even with QML, even with highly functional languages for exactly that purpose, we need to give the people that are building these interfaces the tools to do so interactively. And that, of course, ultimately means that we want the designers and the developers to collaborate, and that's one of the strategies that we have as the Qt company, and I think also for us as the Qt project. That is really one of the key strategies. Make sure that designers are creating working code, not wireframes, not prototypes, not sketches that are then thrown over the fence to the developers to hopefully get it right, but rather work together on the same code base, directly within the assets, directly within the software. Make it easy for that to happen. And QML has been a success story in that respect. Design Studio has been a success story in that respect, but there is still lots of work that we want to do here. Okay, that's now been UI development, HMI development, but of course, like I mentioned, Qt is more than just a UI framework, even though that's perhaps what most people think about. Connectivity is also absolutely interesting for us, and Qt has had a networking library forever, as far as most of us are concerned. Building software that talks to web services, consumes data from other places has always been possible. But nevertheless, I think making connectivity part of the heart of Qt is still something we can do more with. People are mobile. People will want to create content on the road. They do that already, of course. And how do we make it easier for people to write applications that make that easy again? TCP sockets, it's maybe not the best abstraction layer we have for that purpose. We have JSON APIs, we have HTTP protocol. But again, can we make it easier for application developers to communicate and to consume web services and to share data, things like authentication and so forth, all the infrastructure that we would like to have available as application developers. There is still work to be done here. The data lives on the edge, where people are with their devices, be it mobile devices, be it embedded devices. That's where the data is, and we need to make that data then available for processing, for consuming, for doing something with, for becoming knowledge, for becoming information. We need to make that possible and easy for developers of devices, for developers of application. So one of the things we released, you might have seen in 6.4 now, is the first tech preview of an HTTP server that you can easily embed into your Qt application, exactly because of that. Where these applications run, often in embedded systems, where data is living, where sensors are providing information, or data at least, that's where we need to collect that data, and then we need to make it available and serve it back. So these will be distributed experiences, distributed systems. Again, that is not something today that you think about as a primary use case for Qt. Building a distributed system is, yeah, there are many frameworks out there. Qt is maybe not on the top of the pile of candidates that you would use as technology. But especially when it becomes distributed also in terms of user experiences, that's when we need to really look at this problem also from a user experience or user interface development perspective. Yeah, building services, multi-user experiences, like I mentioned, collaboration ultimately. How do we make that possible? How do we make it easy for people to build applications that allow end users to collaborate? We are starting to get used to that ourselves from our IDEs, from how we develop software, not just in IDEs, but also ultimately the web experience of that, the GitHub experience or GitLab experience of that. But even in the IDE, we might want to say, hey, let's collaborate, let's co-write that code, even though we are not sitting next to each other, pair programming and so forth. And yeah, speaking then of collaboration, of course, that is a segue for me to also talk about community and how important community is for us as the Qt project. Qt and the KDE community have a long history, a good history, I think. Neither Qt would be what it is today, nor perhaps would KDE be what it is today if it hadn't been for the collaboration we are having. And yes, that we now have a community manager in the Qt company is great. It's evidence that we are starting to put also a bit more attention on that topic as the Qt company. But I think for the Qt project itself, it is incredibly important that we have a rich and active, a vibrant community and a diverse community. When we open sourced, or rather put Qt under open governance in the Nokia days, it was because also users of Qt, when Nokia acquired Trolltech, were worried that now the entire roadmap of Qt is dominated by what Nokia needs. So one of the tools against that was to say, let's put it under an open governance. Let people and companies that have made the strategic choice to build their business on top of Qt-based applications, on Qt-based software, let's give them the tools to contribute and to participate in the setting of the direction of Qt. And that's definitely something I think is incredibly important today. The Qt company has a very interesting history, and that we are still there is also because we have a very diverse customer portfolio. We are in 70 different industries, and that gives us a lot of strength. And I think for the Qt project, it's equally important that many different people, many different interests come together to build Qt and to develop Qt further. Not everything that you want as the KDE community will be aligned with what the Qt company sets as a priority. Not everything our customers think we should focus on is what we are going to do for the next release. But having a community where we can have those conversations, where we can have those discussions and disagreements, I think is absolutely important. And being actively participating in that community is helping us build a better technology and a more resilient technology in the long run. So diversity of interests. We have a lot of contributors today, and we have a lot of contributions today. We are very biased always to think of contributions as source code contributions. Even there, 25% roughly of those come from outside of the Qt company. I think it could always be more, but I think 25 is great. A quarter of all contributions going into Qt from outside of the Qt company. I think that's great. We have definitely more than 3/4 of our contributions into Jira, into our bug tracking system, come from outside of the Qt company. And honestly, almost 100% of the real-world problems being solved with Qt are being solved outside of the Qt company. In the Qt company, we are developing Qt, we are developing tools around Qt, but you are the ones building the real software, the software that end users are going to be using. with Qt. And your perspective is incredibly important for us to make sure that what we are doing with Qt is making that easier and making that better. Also, our maintainers, I mentioned them, a few of them are here. More than a third of our maintainers in the Qt project are outside of the Qt company. Creating that mindshare is also one aspect of what makes Qt a successful and a resilient and a lasting technology. It has been part of the success story so far. I really hope that it will also be part of the success story in the future. Like I mentioned, with opening Qt for more languages in the future, like what we have been doing now with Python, I think that is a good way to make Qt part of what people think about when they are thinking about software engineering, building applications, building valuable user interfaces. Personally, I think being part of the Qt project, being part of the Qt community, is not just good for the growth of the project itself, but also it's a good personal growth. The software development problems that we are working on in the Qt project are interesting software development problems. It's a very diverse set of problems. User interface, I talked about it, connectivity, networking, protocols, security, database development. There is so much stuff that you can work on in Qt. It's hard to think of someone who doesn't find anything that's interesting in there. And of course, having Qt on my CV at least has been a very, very useful part of my personal growth as well, and professional growth. So yeah, ultimately having an ecosystem that then collaborates together and builds Qt together and brings that mindshare and these reusable aspects of software components into the space. I hope we can continue to do that together, and I would really like to invite all of you to be part of that. You are already by being KDE and by using Qt actively, and yeah, perhaps over the next couple of days, you want to talk to me about things that you think we should do in Qt and how you can participate in the development of that. I see a few people in the auditorium today that have been actively participating in things like the text-to-speech engine development, in the QML development, in Qt Quick Controls development, many other aspects of Qt. So thanks a lot for that. And that's what I had. So now I would like to hand it over to Pedro, who is with me today to talk about what we are doing more than just thinking about the future and roadmap in terms of community. Pedro, over to you. Thank you.
It's a weird moment taking off your mask in front of an audience. Feels so intimate. I cannot really walk around, can I? No. Okay. Yes, this is a computer, I know how it works. Hello everyone, welcome to probably the least technical talk of Akademy 2022. My name is Pedro Bessa, this is my introduction, that's very clear. So who is this guy? Who is me? Who am I? I don't know. So yeah, I've been working at a Qt company for 7 months now. Let me use the microphone. And I've met quite a few people from here already, but I guess most of you, I don't know. But basically, I've been managing community management at the Qt company. So first of all, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I come originally from Brazil. I already lived in Italy, and now I am in Berlin. And I have worked in different companies. I have taught languages. I have worked in NGOs and gaming, and now I'm working at a software company. So that's quite interesting. So yes. Hello. No. Hello. Hello. Oh. Hello. Testing. Yeah. Working. Okay. Good. I have to walk, otherwise I get anxious. Okay. Too much information. But I need to also pass the slides. Wow. Well, I've done that to myself. So this is the guy. So what is community management, what does it actually mean? So I don't know how interesting that is for you. I mean, that is obviously quite interesting for me. But community management is something that has arisen from the gaming industry. That's where online communities really came up, and that people really started to really take a look into it and build the strategies and really make sure the resources that you have can accomplish a certain goal that you have. So yeah, I guess that's a very good, concise explanation. Also, do I need to leave time for Q&As? Yeah. Do I need to leave time for Q&As or?
If you go for the 5 minutes, then there's probably no time for Q&A.
Okay. I'll try to be as concise as possible. So the community goals, what do we want to accomplish? So, of course, by the end of the day, summarizing, yes? Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. So at the end of the day, we want more contributions, we want more contributors, we want everyone to be happy. But that's very end goal. So how do we accomplish that? What do we want to see happening? So, okay. So what do we want to see happening so we accomplish those goals? Next. Please. Teamwork. So that comes with our community plans and the things that I've been drafting. I don't have much time to tell you about that. But our plan is to really give the power, that governance to the community and really make you understand that we can work together on this. And I'm on your side. So some things that we really want to support in the meantime is local meetups. So people who are interested in organizing them, if you're already organizing them, let's talk. As you can see, we are supporting conferences. I have some people in contact with me that they're planning their conferences, so we can support them, we can sponsor them as well. But what I'm really interested in is getting that feedback from you. And really know what we can do from the Qt company side of things so we can get this community thriving. So your feedback's really important. I'd like to know what you think, and we don't have much time. And also, if you want more details about the plans, at least for next year, we can talk during the break, or you can ask me some questions, you can write me, just contact me. Just so you know, the plan is to, I hope so, to have more people in the community department next year, so we really get things going, because I'm only one, and then I can only do one thing at a time. So yeah, I think that's it. And I hope you have questions. I hope we can talk. I hope we can share. I hope we can have a beer or two, or coffee, or water, or juice, or whatever. So yeah, this is the end, and I hope you have questions. Maybe later, I don't know.
Thank you very much. So there are a couple of questions online already. And of course, if there are any from the audience, please raise your hand or shout. We can work with that. Mario asks, is there any work or research on speech recognition in Qt?
Yes! We got a lovely contribution, actually, during summer from a chap called Xavier, I think, contributing integration into different speech recognition frameworks to the Qt speech repository. So there will hopefully at some point be a Qt speech to text module as well. I have not yet had time to review that in detail, but I'm very, very grateful for the contribution in the first place. It's something I was thinking of as well when I was working on Qt speech earlier this year, that this would be, there are a couple of things I would like to do still with Qt text to speech for perhaps Qt 6.5 or 6.6, but yeah, having speech recognition in Qt and having every application able to be operated or dictated into using speech, I think would be fantastic, yes.
Great, thank you. Question from the audience? Can you come forward or maybe shout, or I can go to you maybe, I'm not sure.
Hello. As a person that deals a lot with cloud and DevOps, how does Qt will like, there is a, how do I put that? There is a research inside Qt for observability because has like, I use Node, Python, and they all like have tools that integrate quite easy with the cloud. And Qt is like C++, it can crash and stuff like that. There is research like to make the like a user-friendly like tools for observability to integrate with Grafana and other tools.
Tools for observability in Qt and in C++ especially. As we develop Qt, I think more and more people become aware, or as we maintain Qt, people become more and more aware of the value of the categorized logging we have in Qt today to really understand what's going on. If in our CI system, for instance, a test is failing, it will be rerun with logging categories enabled for all things, which is a really important tool for us to understand why the test failed, what happened there, especially when we are sitting on top of non-deterministic systems like the window manager on X11 or on Wayland. So yes-ish, maybe a little bit. There are things that we are looking into, especially for observability of software that is running on a device. We know that from the experience of our own professional service engineers, for instance, or people otherwise in the field, knowing what is going on when the frame rate drops of your 3D animation on your embedded board. What is the GPU busy with at that time? What's the CPU busy with? So profiling tooling, I wouldn't necessarily put that into the DevOps space as in you're developing a system and really need to know what's going on and how the system behaves. But even on that micro or not on a very local level of observability, knowing what is happening in your Qt-based software stack, I think is something we can do a lot more on, and we are doing a lot more on right now, especially focusing on profiling on the graphic side and like categorized logging, like I mentioned. Incrementally adding more of that. We still have from the Qt 1 days, I think, some old if-defery around debug enablement. So you need to rebuild Qt with that thing set, and then you might see what's going on. So transitioning that over to categorized logging so that end users and operators of Qt-based software have the ability to know what's happening under the bonnet is, I think, it's something we are doing, not very systematically. I'd like to learn more about where you are using Qt, where you specifically have that problem, and what we can do to add more to it.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much for the answers. That's all the time we have in the schedule. But you're staying around, right? People can find you here, ask questions. Do you have a table somewhere here? Yeah, so that if there are any outstanding questions, you can find the guys here, and they'll be more than happy to answer any questions, I'm sure. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
So for the next on the schedule, we have actually a coffee break. So we have about 30 minutes for the coffee. You can go outside to the patio area where the trees are, etc. You can put your masks down when you're outside, but there's be a coffee and some beverages available. So we're meeting here again at 11:20 for the KDE Goals Old and New presentation. And also a small announcement, check if you have your hotel key card with you, because if you don't, there's probably one at the front station. Okay, 2 microphones, too close to each other, sorry. So check that, and there's one at the front desk if you're the one that lost it. Okay, thank you very much, and see you in about half an hour. Hello? Are we live? Hello, everyone. I hope you had a great coffee break. Now we're back with the scheduled content, which is the goals talk, which I called goals old and new because we'll be first talking about and the present, and then at the end, the special treat, which is the future of KDE goals. So, yeah, let's start with the past then. The distant past for some, 2017. Ancient times. I see you old people not being happy with this. Stop shaking your old bones at me. It is distant past. So anyway, Lydia's blog post, you can say it started it all. The whole initiative about the goals. Credited in that blog post are some other contributors, Kevin, Mirko, David, and Frederick. Apparently all put their minds together to figure out how the goals initiative should work for the community. And apparently, for several years, this and a couple of next blog posts were the only place where the process is written somewhere. So thankfully, the blog post was still up. Otherwise, we wouldn't have an idea how to perform the selection of goals. So at that time, the first goals were selected. There were 10 proposals that ended up being available for the vote. And as you might remember, or not, because that's the distant past, it was usability, privacy, and onboarding were the first 3 goals that were selected. As a maybe funny note, there were over 600 votes cast for that particular vote, and it gets hard to try to figure out with our ranked voting system who is the winner, and it's hard to do. So Kevin created a PHP script to basically ingest the results from the system and spill out the winner. It's a temporary solution, but it worked for that time, and thanks to that, we got our first 3 winners. Then the not-so-distant past. You might recognize the goals webpage because that's how it looks today. So in the year 2019, time to select the new goals comes. Well, just as a reminder, when we select new goals, the old ones aren't canceled, they aren't ended. We just shift our focus to the new goals instead. So the usability, etc., are still alive and well. For example, you can check out Nate's blog post, which started around that time and is still going regarding usability. So after 2 years, it was time to select the new ones to focus the community on. This time, 600 votes, 11 proposals that went to the final stage, and as you hopefully know, the winners were Wayland, consistency, and all about the apps. And as a side note, the same temporary solution was used again to figure out the winners because it's hard to count the 600 or so votes from the system. So thanks, Kevin. The temporary solution has saved us at that time again. And then something happened that you might know about. So maybe a quick recap of what happened since then. So even though the pandemic happened and it stopped some of the work, some in-person sprints that were supposed to happen didn't happen. Of course, this is our first big event that we can meet each other together. Because of that COVID situation, we actually extended the goals for an additional year hopefully to make it right. And finally, for this year, we're ready to select new ones. As a other thing that happened, we switched the goal champions for the apps goal from Jonathan to Aleix. And some other things that happened. So the KDEV has hired a project coordinator, mainly to help with the goals, yours truly. As maybe a consequence of that, the goal selection process is now documented on the wiki instead of Lydia's blog post. So if something happens, it's now possible to go through the process yourself and see what exactly should happen, when, etc. So that's good. And during my, as part of my work as the coordinator, we set up about monthly meetings with the champions to meet and discuss their work, to how the EV can help them, how they can help each other with outreach, with the work that's being done. And I hope this will continue for the new champions that will be announced today as well. So that was a quick recap from the overall process perspective, but as is tradition for Akademy, I will now ask the champions to give their own updates about their specific goals, and I'll be starting with the apps, so please welcome Aleix to the stage.
Oh, it's not presenting. You want me to move it to the other screen? Yeah, okay. It's your laptop. F5? No. Yeah, all right. Okay, so, yeah, right now we're gonna talk a little bit about what we're doing regarding the apps goal here, well, here in KD. Obviously not about everything that all of the apps have been doing, like all of you know what app you specifically care about, and I am sure that you're doing everything to make sure that this happens, but we've been trying to do some higher level thinking work about how we can make them flourish more easily, right? Like there's a ton of things going on regarding creating an app that goes far beyond the actual, well, C++ project or whatever it is that you do, right? Like you need a little bit of infrastructure in there so that you can reach your users. I think that it's worth noting that one of the things that we do quite well in KD is apps. Some of them are very, very well used around the world. We have over 240 listed on our website. Some are more technical details than others, but well, all of them are for our users. And I'm pretty sure, I'm quite convinced that, well, if humanity used more of our apps, we would have less walls. So, big part of the reason why we're not reaching these users, it's not exclusively because they're not as good as they could be, but because it's hard for us to do all of the work, right? Like, for example, as a software developer, you're good at, I don't know, doing a code refactoring on your code or maybe putting together a UI, but are we, well, as good as it gets to like putting everything to the last mile, right? Like getting on all of the stores that we could be, making sure that we're all integrated on every platform. And this is things that we always need to do. And as KD, we're not that well segmented so that we only do one thing. Like if you as a maintainer, you say, no, I don't write blog posts, you're already a bad maintainer, right? Like as maintainers, we need to write blog posts, we need to care about bug reports about this specific feature that two people care for, but we might care for because it's our app or not. In any case, thing specific about our apps is that we have this end user focus in mind, so we care about things that people are going to use on their devices. We don't do, I don't know, apps for helicopters. We do things that you're going to have on your laptop, on your phone, on your, I don't know, TV nowadays. And there's always this one-to-one relationship with the app and the end user. Not that this is, we are the only people doing that, but this is something specific that we do in KDE. And then we're multi-platform. We are based on a framework that helps us reach other platforms than our probably most important one, which would be Linux and the free software platforms. But we're also, by using Qt and developing our apps with a bit of good intentions, we can reach other platforms like Windows, like Android, macOS, and actually like whatever platform that might happen eventually in the future. So what I'm going to do right now is a little bit go through the different platforms we're on, see how well we're doing there, what kind of work we've done, and, well, to give an insight on how I see things going now that the goal is getting wrapped up as a goal, because, like, there's going to be 3 new ones coming up. The first platform I'm going to talk about, or the first 2 platforms I'm going to talk about are the Linux-based ones. I'm not going to talk about the different distros first because we don't have numbers, or we don't have very good numbers there. Not that we have good numbers here either, but also because we don't put actively our applications on the different distros, right? Like, it's not us who put the packages on, I don't know, OpenSUSE. It's OpenSUSE people who are very friendly to us, and most of them are parts of our community who do that. But there's not a lot we can do, I think, for, well, to improve the situation there. Also, we don't have a lot of grip on what can happen over there. But on the other hand, on Snap and on FlatHub, we're going to see later, we do have that possibility. We decide that when there's a bug, we get to fix it and then release a new version. And we're going to start talking about Snapcraft. Snapcraft is the solution that Canonical and Ubuntu came up with to make it possible for people to provide applications for them without having them put them into their distro. We have a ton of applications over there, 106. Thanks, Jonathan. Are you here? Wave. Well, everybody buy a beer to Jonathan over this week. Thanks very much for that work. Both this one and Flatpak have the specificity that we're also putting forward a package for other applications that use Qt and KDE frameworks to be on the platform. Here we can see that we have 300,000 deployments of that runtime in active use on the platform, which I think that it's sizable and useful. Like, it shows that we're not just providing for our applications, which is useful, but we're also helping the rest of the community to reach these platforms by providing the infrastructure that we need. The important part about these packaging formats, of course, is that it's not going to force our LTS users to be stuck in weird versions, and I think that it's very important, especially on Ubuntu. There's a lot of Ubuntu users that are using LTS, and it doesn't make a lot of sense that because you want your system not to crash all the time, or, I don't know, get new versions, if that's the definition of stability, that you wouldn't get a new version of Kate or a new version of Chicken Prey, which is definitely something you want because you need all of the puzzles, right? Or applications that are in most use, I tried to make a very short summary over there, are Ocular and Krita with around 60,000 deployments, and then there's KDE Live and Color Paint, which are also, well, fairly used. Ubuntu developers clearly need a lot of colors in their lives with both Krita and Color Paint, right? Yeah, it seems like there's more than just brown. So, the other store that we are maintaining actively from KDE is FlatHub. We have also over 100 apps. You can find, so here in Snapcraft, if you want to see if your app is there, you can go to this URL. And if it's not there, well, you can make sure that it's there either by talking to Jonathan, and he will tell you how to put it. Here, Flat Hub, we're having the Snapcraft packages we build within our infrastructure. In Flat Hub, we are building them on their servers. We just provide some recipes on this GitHub repository. So again, if you want to make sure your application is available over there, you go to this GitHub. And I added the search because like everything that starts with org.kd is ours. If it doesn't start with org.kd, it's not ours. You will see. If your app is there, if there's a bug, you will see what needs changing over there. Obviously, it's just the recipe. Most of the bugs will be in your C++ because, oh my gosh. Something that is kind of interesting about FlatHub nowadays is that there's these devices that I think David will talk about later that are called the Steam Decks. The only store that we have available on the desktop mode and that allows you to install normal Linux in non-games apps is FlatHub. So if you want to make sure that your application is working on these devices, you just put it on FlatHub and it should just work. We also have a platform. It has a little bit less users. In this case, the numbers are even less reliable than before. Well, before it's the numbers that Canonical gives or the Snapcraft store gives. Here we're going with the downloads and updates numbers for the last version that we released, right? So you can make of that what you wish. The most used apps or the most downloaded and installed apps are KD Live and Krita. You will see that Krita is a constant on these, especially outside of Linux. These two on 25K and Ocular. Ocular is also very loved on the multi-platform world, which is nice. And then moving a little bit beyond our Linux, but still on Linux, I guess. We have Android. As Android, I think that the important way that we should be thinking to deliver our applications is Google Play. On Google Play, though, we don't only have 2 applications right now. We have Krita, which actually is a fairly new thing, but they already have over 1 million deployments, so, I mean, wow. And then KD Connect, which actually is doing very well as well over there with over 300,000 deployments. Also KD Connect, I think that it's worth mentioning because it makes, all of the environment that we create much more appealing to a lot of Android users because we allow for their integration. Also not only on Android, but more about that later. What we did for Android was to put together an SDK, which right now is using Craft, Craft being the tool that we use for most non-Linux platforms and app image. That is used to just build applications. Here we're talking about that on Android, on Windows, on Mac, what we're creating are packages that include all of the dependencies, and Craft is good at that. So that's why it works, and we get to reuse a lot of the metadata from each applications there. I talked about Google Play before, but since there's a process between when you start creating your application and when you decide that you're capable of delivering them to users, we put together a nightly repository for F-Droid that has 25 apps of ours that are already compiling, and they should just work right now. And if they don't, I recommend you fix them so that we can put them on Google Play and make sure that billions of people are able to use your application and enjoy the freedom through their not-so-free operating system. Here's 2 applications. Here we have KD Connect. KD Connect is the only application in KD we have that is using the native Java way of doing things, which is quite nice because there's been a lot of contributors that have started joining because they knew how to do Java, but we're not all that familiar with C++, QML, and Kirigami, as everybody should be, obviously. And here at the left, we have KD Itinerary, which is developed by Volker, and it's an amazing app. This one is using Kirigami. You can see that they look slightly similar in many ways, but not all. Well, we can work further together to make sure that they look as integrated as possible, but I think that it looks pretty good. I've used that application when traveling. Not that I have traveled that much over the last couple of years, but that is not Volker's fault. That's just humanity. And then we have the Windows Store. Windows Store being kind of interesting in that, well, on one hand, it has been the reason why many of us have started developing in KDE, but on the other hand, it has a lot of users, and it has a lot of opportunity for us to make sure that, like, our software can reach, well, like I was saying before, humanity, right? So we do have a bunch of applications over there, 8 on the Windows Store right now, including, well, Krita, of course. This one is on 3 million acquisitions, they call them over there. Actually, Krita is to pay for, well, 1 on the store and then 2 on the Windows Store. So obviously, we have this thing where we can decide to ask for a price for applications, and it probably makes a lot of sense because it's a way to fund the development. On the other hand, like, anyone could compile it, right? But then in practice, what we have seen is that nobody really wants to compile an application. And actually, like, just being on a store, it has a lot of convenience value to us and especially to our users. So they are playing this game on both sides a little bit, which is not to be a non-problem, as we will see a bit later on, but, well, you see what I mean. Here we're also using Graph for the window builds. We have a continuous delivery system that you can use, so you don't need to have a Windows computer to develop this application. What you need to have is, like, Graph, build the application. I still would ask you to at least have some kind of virtual machine or something so that you can try the application and make sure that it works. And when somebody has a problem, test it, right? But you don't have to do all of the boring, non-useful work that you should do to make sure that application is available. You can focus on the QA and the things that you know how to do because, well, that's why you're the maintainer and that's why you're interested in reaching the users. Yeah. Something that I mentioned here, and it probably we could extrapolate to the rest, I think that something that we should be doing more in the future, we've talked about it in the past, but we never really took action, is thinking about monetization. It's definitely a problem for our developers to, like, not be able to sustain themselves. And for example, Krita, they've just done it. They added the price tag, and they did all of the work to make sure that, well, people got what they paid for. I think that we can extrapolate this format to other applications if you are interested in going all the way in this direction. Here we can see some screenshots as well. This is Kate. Like you will see, it looks a lot like the Kate you have, but it has different buttons at the top right corner to close it. But essentially, it's more or less the same features that you would get on Linux, but on Windows, and that's fine. And then here we can see our jewel of the crown on Windows, Krita, which looks good, and you can paint, which is what matters, right? Like I said before, here we're asking for money for something that is available for free in a way. And when I was researching for this presentation, I went to the Windows Store web app and then searched Krita, and then I got all of these. And these two, I imagine that they just go to the website and download the application just for half the price because they don't need to do any of the development. Here they've been reported, but this is something that we need to be wary of anyway, and we need to see how we can fix if it's fixable at all. We're going to keep having these problems, I guess, but I don't know. I guess it's a problem too good to have if you're too good that people want to, well, steal from you, I guess. So to wrap up a little bit, you will notice that I didn't mention Apple or macOS, if you wish. We do have an application on the Apple Store, which is the KDE Connect iOS application, and that's working fine. It's a client that was created native, also using the native SDKs for the platform. We're not using the infrastructure we have in Qt because it was just not convenient. We haven't decided to put any of the apps yet because there's a lot of fear around our place and how it would work to be on that platform. It could make sense eventually, but we need to make sure that it's a place that we can be comfortable on. So, well, I don't know. If you have any experience, reach out. If you want to do it, reach out as well and, well, do it. And in the meantime, well, we do have infrastructure, for example, to build applications. We do have a system for continuous delivery. We also have Craft adapter to build macOS binaries, so that works. Yeah. Something to put an effort on, an emphasis on is like, it's about the effort. It's about the effort about going to the, like, all the way to make sure that your users get the application, right? When you say, my application is really good, you could use that application on any operating system, that's true, but then you need to, like, put the effort into, like, saying, if you say, let's put it on Windows Store, you'll need to spend some hours into making sure that it works on Windows like it should. But then it will pay off, like you will start seeing users. And I think that using the recompensation features that you have on that store is a good way for doing that. I think that it's a bad idea to talk about free software as this free thing or this thing for free. But so if we can make sure that, well, people get compensated somehow for making sure that applications work, it always makes sense. Creating an app is about, it needs to be a team effort, or at least you need to be multidisciplinary yourself. You need to do things, like you need to do the app, like you need to do very good coding and well, tech work, but then you need to also think about other things like QA, about promotion, etc. And in KDE, we try to be, well, a varied community where people can do different things, or other different people can do different things, and I think that we should try to well, promote that. So if you're good at communicating, of course, I'm not going to be the one saying don't do it, but otherwise, reach out to the people who are doing it and work together, and when you do, well, thank them. And like I'm talking about promotion, but like, for example, QA, etc. Documentation is also an important topic. Everything is very relevant here. And then for Linux, so like I was talking on the other operating systems, one of the things they have is that they have a plan to be able to monetize applications. On Linux, what we're doing mostly is relying on donations. We are working with some organizations to put together ways for that to happen. We're also working with our projects to do that, like we've started to do with KDE Live in a somewhat organized way, but I am sure that there's more to be done there. Again, if this is something that you would like to work on, please reach out, and this is something that we can definitely talk about. Bummer. So this was not an empty slide. This had a different color of background, but yeah, it had white letters. So what I wanted to talk about in here is that we very recently hired our App Store support engineer named Ingo. You've probably all met him before because he has been at Academy and around KDE for, I think, much longer than I have at the very least. Well, the text I had here was more or less the same I sent to the KDE community mailing list introducing his position. But a little bit, the idea with this position is to have somebody who can help all of you to do all of these, well, non-specific to your application tasks, still technical, that need doing. So making sure that, for example, applications can reach the different stores easily and so on. We're going to start working towards Windows. I think that many of you will have well, interacted with him in that way. Not that we only care about Windows, but I think that it's one of those that we can start to monetize the earlier. And I am putting a specific emphasis on monetizing because I think that it's not really fair that we start paying, we start a paying position for non-free operating systems that, well, is not going to have a direct way of returning that investment as an EV. So this is what I think that is well, the most important part of this position. So thank you. Hope you liked my explanation. Questions? No questions. Okay, then I hear we have some minutes for questions. So does anyone have a question just yet? No?
Okay, thank you very much, Aleix. So now I will welcome, and please welcome him with me, Nicola, for the consistency goals update. Go ahead.
Does this work? Okay, can we get this working by any chance? I like microphones. Sorry, Does this? Test. It says on. Okay, now it's on. Nice. Sorry about that. I forgot to turn it on. Nice. Okay, so consistency. Consistency was selected 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I didn't know anybody. I didn't know anything about KDE. I just joined. And it has actually been a pleasure to have an in-person academy before everything that has happened after that, to actually learn about KDE, and being selected as a gold champion was a great experience. However, being selected as a gold champion, well, back then I was very much naive. I didn't know how things worked, and the KDE consistency goal in itself as a whole was very naive. So what I did first was to go out, talk to people, try to understand how the community worked. I set up a blog, a chat for the consistency, everything, and a wiki page, a fab, these kind of things. And I'll go through them later on to see what worked and what didn't. So I want to not talk about the yearly advancement of the last year, but the consistency goal as a whole, and what was the original plan, what was achieved, what was wrong in my initial plan. So the first adventure is consistency between applications. And yeah, and what has happened is that just after the selection of the goal, a lot of people actually stood up and told me a lot of very valid criticism that all went to Fabricator. If you go to the consistency board on Fabricator right now, it is full of very valid criticism that is very relevant. And it has actually started a lot, and I mean a lot of very long discussions like this, and I was mostly sleeping through them, but we actually reached a consensus very often, and I'm quite proud actually of those discussions, because we had a lot of mock-ups, a lot of designs, and I think that the first part of the goal, actually seeing what's wrong and seeing how we could improve it, was correctly handled. So what has happened after that? Less so. The first case that has happened after the discussion about a design, of course, the first one is that nothing happened. For most of the stuff that was proposed, obviously nothing happened. And that's reasonable. I didn't expect everything to be handled, obviously. There are some things that I'm a bit sad about that I didn't see. There are some things in particular that I took, and I talked about them in every presentation, saying we currently need somebody with this skill to implement this thing, and it's really important. Case in point, similarly to the K-Hamburger menu that's in many applications, I really wanted something that was a key panel. If you pop-up Dolphin. It has panels on the left and on the right. They're customizable. You can move them around. They're very nice. They're completely different from each applications. Each application re-implements them differently. Having a common component that you could use throughout them was something that I talked, I think, in every consistency presentation, and it was never done. This is just an example, and I don't want to blame everything on others. After all, I could have implemented it. I didn't quite have the skills. Another thing that has happened is that people did implement the designs, but they completely ignored the discussions. This is where I think I'm like a bit more sad about. I want to make a couple of examples, because I think that with all the discussion that has happened, seeing that those components actually implemented, but completely ignoring the discussion made the discussion themselves feel useless. First example is the swipe navigator. It has been discussed a lot on Fabricator. It was actually implemented in Kurigami, and when it was implemented, it did not follow the designs at all, and it completely ignored the discussion, which is fine. But I would like, when that happens, to see more discussions, like going back to the drawing board and find something that everybody agrees on, so that we actually have human interface guidelines about that component, and we agree on them, and then we implement it like that. Another example that I could bring is the overview. There was actually a lot of discussion on how an overview should look like the one that was recently implemented. When it was implemented, it looked nothing like the discussion, and the discussion was ignored. I did raise this point, and they said that it was still being worked on, so the final version was going to look different. That was not true. I mean, it still looks the same way. And again, this is very much on me as well, because I could have contributed to the overview to make sure that it followed more of the discussion. But at the same time, I would like, in general, when very big visual design changes are implemented, that there's more discussion and more respect for the discussion that's behind them. In general, I would like something that, a bit like you only merge a merge request if tests pass. You only merge a merge request if there's discussion and there's an agreement, and we update the human interface guidelines as an example, or any other web page that describes how the component should work before actually doing merging the merge request. That is my proposal after the goal. Am I forgetting anything? Yes, one last thing. To actually address inconsistencies between applications that are a bit less, I'll talk about that later. Anyway, second part, app redundancy. So another very big important part of the original consistency goal is all the applications that seem redundant. That is, we have multiple applications doing the same thing. And this could lead to workflow, like we do the same work on different applications, so it gets kind of wasted. And from the outside, we don't quite look like a unified brand as we could be as KDE. Now, it really comes down to whether one person thinks that KDE is an umbrella that should contain the projects that are very close to KDE development and everything, or whether KDE should be more like a brand that actually tries to have the application for something. And a couple of examples here. I still think that it is very much not a good idea to have two different entire ecosystem within KDE. To make an example, Maui is very much doing their own thing with their own design. They have their own Maui kit. They also have their own shell, Maui shell, which is kind of an alternative to Plasma shell. And whereas Maui apps and Maui kit are part of KDE, Maui shell isn't, even though Maui shell is usually shipped with Maui application. This whole situation, I think, is really awkward. And what I would like to see is, after that, we have something like an HIG that defines how apps should look and behave, to actually go ahead and say, if an application that's within KDE doesn't look at all, it doesn't even try to follow the KDE guidelines, then it could be a third-party application very closely related to KDE, but not directly underneath the KDE umbrella. And of course, this requires KDE to forcefully say bye-bye to some application, which is extremely naive. I realize that. But it is something that I would like to see more discussed in general. That is a proposal. Secondly, there are some apps that are a bit stagnant. Not Kirigami, obviously. There are some apps that are a bit stagnant. In general, I would like to see those apps move to Kirigami because I think that Kirigami helps consistency incredibly. Some apps that, as an example, KMyMoney is a very nice application. I actually see it developed with new icons and new. I think that these kind of applications, we should try to go to them and try to convince them to switch to a Kirigami, and that would actually help the consistency goal a lot. Again, extremely naive, but on the long term, I think that should be the way. Thirdly, there are a lot of applications that seem extremely similar, but they're actually different in how they work. As an example, we have Kate and Kwrite. And I actually want to congratulate a lot with how Kate handled this, because even though they're technically different applications, under the hood, they share the same code. They're almost the same application. This has been highlighted very nicely in a recent blog post from them. I think that that should be how it works. To make another examples, now that Lattedoc doesn't quite have a maintainer anymore, something that could be nice, instead of, like many asked outside of the KDE developers community, replace the Plasma panel with Lattedoc, which is not feasible, but try to share as much code as possible to make sure that Latte becomes more of an extension compared to the normal Plasma panels. That would actually help develop both projects and keep them alive. Thirdly, brand consistency. I talked about this a lot in the original consistency blog post, talking about the website. As an example, many applications had their own website that looked completely different compared to each other website. And I think that there has been a lot of improvement for this. Like, just to make a very small example, recent one, the Bugzilla instance was redesigned to look very much more like the KDE design. And I think, like, Carl in particular has done a lot of job to make sure that all the websites inside the KDE.org directory actually looked with the same design. I think that has improved a lot, so I'm really happy about this. One thing that I could suggest, which I didn't even think about, obviously, firstly, is that we could try from the promo side of things to commission brand guidelines to use throughout all external communications. We already have, I think, some good ones, especially like Akademy. The style of Akademy and Akademy announcement are very consistent throughout the years, but I think there is some room of improvement in general. Lastly, consistency between applications and Plasma, or within Plasma itself. I think this is another place where there was a lot of improvements, like making the start menu actually look consistent in its design with the other applications. We have now consistent highlights between Plasma and application. We have the header area, which looks the same and actually follows the color scheme. All of these things are great, and I think there are very nice improvements. The icons with the margin areas, I think, improved also, and their size is generally more consistent now. So I think there has been a lot of improvements from this side of things. One thing that I would like to see improve, and as much as I can, I would like to help as well in this, is the Plasma styling, because we have split completely the styling between apps and Plasma. So Plasma is completely styled through SVGs, whereas apps have their own Q styles, and which means that every time you make a design change, you have to implement it separately in an SVG and in the Q style. And I got to say that I currently actually like the SVG theming system. It is simple, you can easily use it, but the more I actually look into it and develop stuff for it, the more I feel like, what? So this is something that I would like to see. As I know that there are discussions on improving the theming system for Plasma 6, and moving to something like CSS as an example. There has been that kind of discussions. It's something that from the consistency point of view would help a lot. So I would hope to see them. Lastly, I want to say that in the Plasma UI and some of the application, there are some paper cuts to do, like very small spacing mistakes. Sometimes there are slightly less spacing that there should be, and they're inconsistently used throughout the UI. Those are very small, very easy to fix, and I think those could be a good way to actually onboard people and get them to contribute. Whenever we post a screenshot on Reddit, there's always that Reddit guy that goes, spacing is wrong, and I think that could be an onboarding opportunity. Finally, how was the goal? Do you want to contribute to my slides? They were correct when I sent them, so. No, anyway, how is the goal? I did a chat for the consistency goal. I think that that chat has lived a couple of days and then it died. That is not something that I would do again. I think it's really important to value the existing communities, such as the VDG, and that is where I would have, that is the chat that I would have used doing the goal again nowadays. Secondly, the sprints that we had were completely useless, sadly. You know, COVID didn't help. So, and the fact that the goal was prolonged 1 year didn't help us make an in-person sprint. So I would have wanted to see an in-person consistency sprint. We couldn't. So that was sad. The blog post, I've done, I think, 4 or 5 blog posts about consistency, which were supposed to be monthly, you know, falling near the meetings with Adam. That didn't, I stopped doing them, and that was a mistake. I think that blog posts, either weekly or monthly, are of great use, and they actually engage the community a lot. And I would suggest, in general, that Gold Champions do blog posts about them, because it actually helps convince others to, it helps with engagement, and so other developers can actually value that goal more and contribute to it. So blog posts, yes, especially we can see Denise one as an example on how it went great. Last point I want to touch is that I feel like the last year in particular has been super slow for the consistency goal. And if I were to choose now, originally I actually asked for an extension from 2 to 3 years because of the pandemic. Nowadays, I wouldn't have asked for it because it hasn't been of much use. So I'm a bit sad about that. It is totally because of me, because I didn't actually do much on the consistency point of view. I got lost in contributing to Plasma in other ways, like the floating panels, these kind of things. I didn't help much. So that is totally something I blame myself for. I don't want to make this presentation like I'm blaming others. No. Done, not now. And that was actually the last point I wanted to touch. So thanks everybody, subscribe to my YouTube channel, leave a like and everything.
Are there any questions for the champion?
Something kind of controversial you said of many. to argue for certain projects to be included or not included purely on a branding basis, especially when, in the case of things like Maui, we share a lot of code with them. So there are clear synergies, to use a businessy word, between general KDE projects and Maui projects.
Yes, the gcompress example is actually one I went through when doing the slides. I thought about it. It is true that it doesn't follow the KDE's design, but gcompress is actually meant for something else entirely. It has a UI that is meant for, I guess, children to learn, and so big buttons, big flashy buttons. That's the use case, and it is extremely reasonable for that user interface to be completely different. When I started 3 years ago the consistency goal, I actually talked a lot with the Maui people on how to best address the fact that their design was completely different. And I feel like there hasn't been much effort from their side to make sure that they fit the community very nicely in terms of consistency. That is my impression. And I'm not saying that we should okay, no, I am saying that we should kick it. Let's not try to sugarcoat it. But I do think that it would be better to have Maui as a very close organization to KDE, so that very close to KDE, but not directly under the KDE organization. We have many other organizations that are very close to KDE, but not directly underneath. So that would be what I'm proposing. I think that this current situation is not optimal. That is, I know, a very controversial personal opinion that I wanted to share.
Okay, so you talked about a subject near and dear to my heart, which is VDG engagement. My question is, how do you think we can make developers want to listen to VDG more? Because I think policies that aren't supported by pre-existing community desires don't work so well. So how do you think we can make VDG a more attractive thing for people to listen to?
Yes, I don't think that most of the things that weren't implemented weren't because the VDG wasn't appealing. I think that there's maybe not enough work forced to make sure that all applications and all maintainers start working towards consistency with what the VDG proposes. What I see personally as a way to improve things is making sure that as many applications as possible currently either switch or are made in Kurigami, because in Kurigami or other toolkits that build on Kurigami that could be created. As an example, Janet wanted to make one. Because this way the components that can define their own style directly inside of the toolkit. So whenever an application uses that toolkit, it is consistent out of the box without even the need to go to each maintainer and ask them to change their design. If I look throughout Kurigami application, I think that their consistency is significantly higher compared if I look throughout KDE, Kurigami, and Qt widgets applications in general. And so that is a way that I would see things improving.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Applause, please. So the third goal is the Wayland goal. Unfortunately, Maven couldn't be with us today, but he is in spirit. And I think if we really think about him, we just might hear his voice.
Good morning, everyone. So, as Adam said, I'm Miren. I'm here to present you the final Wayland goal update. I couldn't make it to Barcelona, but so welcome, it is for me, and my spirit will be here. So first, a bit of introduction about the goal. The goal is just simply to deliver a pixel-perfect-free, lightweight, and secure user experience on the Linux desktop, and not just the desktop. So as anyone can hear, it's just easy, right? What else can we ask for? But we are a first community with restricted resources, so we need to find more people to contribute to, and so to attract users and contributors, and that's what the main goal of the Wayland goal was. In fact, in a few years we couldn't really achieve all we were tasked to do, but only if we were to find enough people to push things forward, to create this virtual cycle of users reporting bugs and bugs getting fixed, and more developers joining in, and so on. So we make incremental steps, small steps sometimes, one bug fix at a time, one release at a time, and Plasma releases mark the milestone of the progress in our software stack. So I'm going to present a brief recap of Plasma releases and the Wayland progress since last Akademy. And in Plasma 5.24, we got the overview effect. Oh, my slide, all right. Plasma 5.24, we got the overview effect, which improved the user experience despite the inconsistencies, perhaps, but really greatly improved the backend of Queen, allowed Queen to be less stringent on OpenGL, which opened the door to better effects in the future, in particular by simpler compatibility with Wayland. We got improved NVIDIA support because NVIDIA, this famous GPU maker, finally released a driver that could help support Wayland on their GPUs. Because of that, we implemented the support. Queen developers added the support in Queen for these GPUs, and this is. But a patch in Qt was needed too. So the patch was done in Qt6 and backported to Qt patch KDE Qt patch collection, which unfortunately doesn't reach all our users. And so that's why I put this asterisk. It's really a hard caveat, given that the distros that the users that don't get those patches using a very popular distro, unfortunately. It has been a sore point for Wayland user experience in general. And in Plasma 5.24 improved stability. So really we got an influx of positive feedback on diverse means of communication online after the release. Next. Adam, can you move on to my next slide, please? All right, and in Plasma 5.25, we got the touch mode, which allowed better tablet support, and which was awesome, which was really aligned with Wayland, and we got a ton of stability improvements, building upon the previous work. Next slide, please. And we are getting ready to release next version, and next version is like the others. It just adds a few more, it fixes a few more issues, a few at a time. So we gonna get improved virtual keyboard support. Virtual keyboard support got implemented a while back, but now it's a good opportunity to improve upon it, and Aleix did some nice work on it. We have better graphical tablet support. Also, it was implemented in Plasma 5.23, if I recall correctly, support, but now you can properly set it up in a KCM so that your graphical tablets rightly corresponds to your screens, to your screen coordinates. And we got XWayland and DPI improvements, so now users will be able to set behavior of fractional scaling with their X-Wayland applications between two choices. And we got a lot of stability improvements and got really impressed with how many bugs we got to fix, and from small to some to big. And next slide. Yeah. And but all is not great. We still have a lot to do, and we have a list of showstoppers that has been shrinking, but slowly. And we still have some big items that we will eventually fix, like missing color profiles. When I said at the introduction that we need pixel perfection, well, that's kind of the subjects that we need to tackle to achieve this goal. Because at least for some users, and need these kind of features. And until we fix those, we fulfill those features, those users won't be able to use Wayland sessions. And we have blurry rendering with fractional scaling, and that you can observe whenever you use fractional scaling on Wayland. You will have blurry things because of double scaling up and scaling down the image. And those two issues are symptomatic of some of Wayland ongoing progress, because those two are being worked on in the Wayland community, where KDE members also are contributing and being part of the effort. But all in all, it takes quite a long time during this process, but it will eventually come around. And there are many more, quite a good handful more, like some that will need Qt 6 and Plasma 6 to be solved. And that's something that makes me think that Plasma 6 will be an important milestone for Wayland support. And then we will have, to achieve our goal, we will need, next step, we will need a better application compatibility. Because once we have a good session, there are a lot of applications that have different needs. For instance, for virtualizations applications, usually they are only targeting X11, so through X-Wayland, their support is not great. It would be so much greater if they could be Wayland native on the outside. And for screen recording, we have OBS that supports PyPlayer screen recording, but other applications need to adapt. And those issues are really the chicken and egg problem. But the good news is that we have more chicken now. Well, the wheel is spinning, and now, as we progress, as other platforms also push Wayland usage, like latest Ubuntu GNOME release is gonna use Wayland wherever possible, if I recall, and devices that uses Wayland by default will really push adoption forward, and we will reap the benefits eventually. And the goal is coming to an end, but community efforts won't. By that I mean that we have a strong momentum, and now we have a good chunk of our users that are using Wayland and expecting it to become the norm. So I started a poll on Reddit, in our subreddit, or on KDE subreddit, to ask our users how many were using Wayland, or whether they were not just interested or finding it not suiting their needs. And we can, on this particular webpage, we could see that about 40% of those users that answered already use Wayland. 40% are really expecting it to improve before they can make the switch, and about 20% will wait the last moment because either they don't care about this kind of problem or they want stability above all, and that's really encouraging because on this forum, this is quite unrepresentative to all our users, but still it allows us to see that Wayland usage begins to reach maturation stage with regard to the adoption phase. When we have a new technology, usually we have a curve of users that adopt them progressively, and we have the early adopters and then the step in different phases. And we, according to Reddit, we can see that it's more, we are reaching the maturation phase. But we need still to put that in perspective, that is not fully representative to our users. So it's a bit too optimistic to the reality. But now, at least we can see that we created ourselves a critical mass of users that going to report bugs and help us fix them eventually with this, thanks to a virtual cycle. And there's no stopping the Wayland momentum. All right, I'm done.
Thank you very much, Maven. Are there any questions for the champion? I'll check the online widget. No online questions. Anyone here in person? No? Thank you again, Maven. Can we switch to my slides, please? Okay. So those were the updates for our champions, the current champions, for a few minutes more. Like I said previously, the goals live on. The work on consistency, Wayland, and the focus on apps, I hope will continue after this presentation. But now let's talk about the present. So you are here, hopefully, either online or in person. At the moment you've been waiting for. 6 proposals didn't leave, they're not ready for voting. 6 advanced to the final vote. Over 400 votes later, and yes, I had to use Kevin's script again. And I actually added it to the process on the wiki page, so it's part of the process now. Thanks, Kevin. It's time to announce the new KDE goals. And as the tradition goes, I will ask the new champions to join me on stage. And without any preparation, they will have to talk about how they plan to lead the goal for the next couple of years. So without further ado, the new KDE goals are, and you should know them, you have them on your lanyard. KDE for all, boosting accessibility, automate and systematize internal processes, and sustainable software. Carl, do you want to join us on the stage?
Hello everyone. I guess most of you already know me. I'm Carl. I'm doing a lot of stuff with websites and also calendar and also NeoChat, a few Akademy applications. I wanted to have this goal about accessibility because we are developing software, but unfortunately our software is not ready yet to be used by everyone. And most of there's the platform issues, what we are not on every platforms, was the goal from last year. We bought the Caddy for all the apps. It's for the apps goal, and also like because some issue with the screen readers, but not everyone can actually use applications because they don't have the capabilities always to be able to see the application or to use the mouse to navigate the applications. And that's why I'm wanting to have a goal about accessibility, so we can reach more people and also help them, because like the goal of KD is like to provide application for the end users, and so that they are also able to use our applications. Yeah, I think that's mostly it.
Are there any questions for the new champion? Okay, you're being kind to Carl.
Thanks.
Nate, would you join us on the stage?
Hello, everybody. So my idea with this automation and systematization goal was born out of the observation that in a volunteer community such as ours, people come and go a lot. And it's amazing that we've managed to produce what we have largely through volunteer efforts. And I think it shows the passion that is embodied in this community. But it also means that because people are coming and going a lot, oftentimes when people go, they take their knowledge with them. And so my idea here is that while people are involved in KDE, we make sure that that knowledge gets out of people's heads and put into systems and processes, so that the larger community as a whole can continue to benefit from people's knowledge, even when they may not necessarily be actively contributing at any given moment in time. So this comprises things like ensuring that we have automatic processes to do certain things with bug triaging, for example. It means that we improve our continuous integration to check for people, to check for things that currently people are automatically checking for. It means that we document our knowledge and we put that documentation online. It means that when we leave KDE, either temporarily or permanently, we do offboarding too, to make sure that our knowledge stays within the community. And then when we return later, we can regain that knowledge and build on what was there. So my hope here is that all of us can sort of externalize our brains a little bit, and so that we continue to benefit the KDE community, even in moments when we're not personally contributing at any given moment in time. So thank you very much, everybody, for choosing this goal, and I hope we can make some really great progress with it over the next couple of years.
Any questions for the new champion? No, I don't see any. Thank you very much, Nate. Yeah, so this concludes the presentation, because unfortunately we don't have Cornelius with us today for the sustainable software. But fear not, I will be contacting our new champions, figuring out our monthly meetings, and I'll be sure to make them do updates and outreach to the community. So you'll be hearing from Cornelius and the rest of the new champions very soon. Are there any questions about the process to me as a speaker from the audience before we end it? I don't see any online. Okay, here's one in person.
This goals process, there were like 200 less votes than the 2 votes before. Do you think before, I think the goals process was a success story? At least I see so, but for some reason that a significant amount of people less voted this time. Do you have an idea why that is, or it's just?
Yeah, I noticed that we had significantly less votes than compared to the previous years. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the reason why. As far as I know, we did it completely the same as the years prior, which is to announce on the community mailing list and also send direct invites to everyone with a developer account, because you need that to actually vote. And there were also follow-up emails to nudge people to actually vote for those who didn't. So I'm not exactly sure what happened. I doubt we had that much less developers or developer accounts active than previously. But it's definitely something I would love to think about and improve in the future, so we have even more people voting. Maybe there's an opportunity to talk about the general process of voting and how to improve it. Maybe the restrictions are too big right now, and we should open that to more people. But I encourage anyone who has ideas, who would like to talk about the process, to either do it with me here on the conference or maybe on the community mailing list, and I'm all ears. Thanks for the question.
One thing to add to that, I might have been spamming people a bit more in past years, where people actually complained.
Okay, so Lydia was spamming people more than I did. Maybe that's the reason. Yeah.
I have one question and one comment. First, related to the last question and comment from Lydia. Did the voting happen during the same period of the year? Was it also in August? Because August is a season when people go on holidays. Maybe there's an effect there.
Yeah, that's a good question. The voting is set up to happen like the time frame is pinned to when Akademy is. So because Akademy happens at different months, then the outreach, the voting, the selection process, etc., it's all pinned to when that date is. So I would have to check at what month was Akademy's for when the previous goals were announced and the ones prior to that. But there is a chance that the months were maybe less good for outreaching people for voting. That's a good observation. Thank you.
Yeah. And also, I'm not the champion for sustainable software, but I'm involved in the Blaue Engel for FOSS, and we will have a panel discussion. So if there are questions related to that, some of it might be overlap with what Cornelius has proposed in the goal. Just wanted to announce that.
Great. So if people are curious about the sustainable goal, then they can go to that. Thank you very much.
Were we using GitLab when we were doing those previous votes?
So if we were using GitLab for what?
GitLab, because we used to use Fabricator. And I noticed it was a lot harder to keep up with pretty much everything after we moved to GitLab because of all the email spam that was uncategorized. So I wonder if more people lost their emails within all the flow of GitLab emails or something.
That's something Lydia has an answer? Oh.
Yeah, so the drafting of the goals, just like in previous years, happened on Fabricator, so we haven't moved that to GitLab.
Okay, thanks, Lydia.
Anyone else?
Any other questions? Okay, then thank you very much. We finished a bit early, so maybe some announcements. After this, we're having a lunch break. We're meeting here again for after the lunch at 2:30 local time. So I think that's 12:30 UTC. And after the lunch, you can choose your own adventure. You can stay in room 1, where room 1, that's going to be Tomaz, talking about a brief history of terminals and what the future holds for Konsole. And then you can go to room 2 at the same time for Nate's Conquering the World. Are we there yet? So you can choose your adventure that way. Also, the program is available in your lanyards here in the badges. You can pull them out, expand them, and there's lots of info, including the program available. So you can check that and see who's taking where. Okay, thank you very much, and see you after lunch. Oh, Lydia with an announcement. No? Explain where room 2 is. I don't know where room 2 is. Aleix, with the explanation.
So room 2, everything is in this building, but you need to go outside from where you entered, not outside here downstairs, but upstairs, and then following the same, like not going outside in the street, along the building, and then you'll find the other door that is not a restaurant, and then you go inside. Well, you'll find it there. We'll try to make sure that there's labels and stuff for you to know. They will be branded with a K that you might be familiar with. So, yeah, thank you. Enjoy lunch.
welcome after the lunch break. So this is room 2, either in person or online. You are in room 1, sorry. In room 1, this is room 1. We'll be having Tomaz here in a moment with his presentation. There's also room 2 that you can join online or in person that Nate has his tag on. So figure out that, and we'll be starting very soon. Also, for the online audience, there is a widget that you can use to ask questions. Hopefully, the moderators in the chat will provide the links and explain how to get to it. Basically, there's an icon that you click, and then you select the second custom widget, and it opens the QAA widget that you can use for your questions. Okay, and without further ado, please welcome Tomaz.
Hello, people. Let me just move things here. I still don't know how to properly use the software. How do I put this in? The mouse is so slow for some reason. Yay. Okay, terminal and where console fits. Wait. Sorry. Let me just see if I can move things up and down. Yes, I can. So basically, where is console on Unix? Where do we are inside of all of the geeks and nerds and normal people that are using console and other terminals right now? How do we make people using it? Should users grab their own way? It's really hard to start. And realistically, there is no way that a Linux user will not use the shell. Even if we are selling them the idea that Ubuntu is easy, you can just download, install, and use it. All of the tutorials are based on shell. All of the Wikipedia stuff are also in shell. Whenever there is tutorial with pictures, sometimes there are pictures of shell commands that the user should type to. And for a beginner, this is not really good, and sometimes even for a non-beginner. I've seen and I've been an admin on a few distros on Telegram, few distro channels, where if the user asks some answer about how to use a well-known CLI application, he will be treated as someone not worthy, because we do have a little bit of guru syndrome that if you are not up to my standards, then you should study alone in the dark in your mother's basement, because I still cannot teach you, you are not up to my level. But this is really not good. And I've tried to do an experiment with many students and many terminals to see how the user would actually handle it. Yeah, I think I already said that. So, how pure a terminal is. It's common that within KDE, people tend to say, I'm not going to use KDE, it has too many options, it is bloated. I want something sleek, I want something that's pure and simple. But a terminal, a pure terminal for a user, it's not simple. So my army of newbies from more than 5 different universities tried to use all of those terminals. They tried Xterm, they tried GNOME Terminal, Terminator, Konsole, KDE, URX, VT, and ST with those questions. How do I change the text size? How do I open this file? How do I search through the history of the terminal? How do I open another program when there is already an application running on the terminal? How do I copy-paste some text? How do I see a preview of the file? which folder am I on? Like things that we take for granted because we know how to use it, but not for people that are starting. So a few different universities. I have an army of minions that I basically attacked and said, man, you are on this university, your teacher gave your times to me, and now I control your life. Do this for me. And okay, how do I change the text size? 0 people on Xterm were able to do it, because on Xterm you actually need to find a really strange X-authority file and type a really different way of setting up a font. Your XVT, the same thing. They were not able to change the font size. On ST, they were also not able to change the font size. On ST, you actually need to download the C codes, change the font size on C code, and recompile. GNOME Terminal, 90% were able to do that, which is really good. The only problem on GNOME Terminal was the name of the option. Instead of font size, it had zoom. Terminator, 100%, Konsole, 100%, and Kitty. Oh, Kitty, I'm not sure if all of you know, Kitty is a new terminal based on Rust that it's getting some traction, so I put it there too. And Konsole and Terminator, the only ones that people actually managed to change the font size. Something that it's really simple, but some terminals, no. How do I open this file? This is really nice. So besides Konsole, not a single student, and I'm not talking about preschool kids, I'm talking about technical students on a technical university. They were only able to open a file, an image, on Konsole. And maybe why it is so complicated to open a file. Because this is how they try to open the file. They try to run open image. There is no open command. They thought that there is an image command to open an image. There is nothing related to that, and they try to open viewer to view a file. Nothing related to that. XDD open, it's not known. It is not easy to find out. But why they were able to open on Konsole? Because you right-click on the file and click on open. Easy, works. Oh, I just said that. How do I search through the history? Same thing happened. Xterm, ST, and Kitty, there is no way to search the history besides running the application piping to grep. You have no idea how hard is the concept of piping. I was talking with a C++ developer, Unix C++ developer, on one university, and I've asked him to grep through history for me. He said that he looked on Wikipedia on how to filter comments, and he sent me the comment that worked, but in his explanation he said, I've seen this, but there is this weird vertical slash that I have no idea what this does. On GNOME Terminal, Terminator, and Konsole, it was way simpler because there is a quick way to find the filter. I've asked the people that did not manage to do that on GNOME Terminal and Terminator on why they could not find, and it was because it was hidden behind the menu, while in Konsole it was on the toolbar. So nice find icon there, they were able to use. How do I open another program? So basically the idea is I have a terminal running VI. I want to open another program. How do I do that? ST and Xterm, 0. Kitty, now Kitty has something. Kitty also works with tabs. So no user were able to send application to the background and open application on foreground, but they were, sometimes my English fails me. Sometimes they were able to open tabs or splits and open 2 applications there. That was good. How do I copy-paste text? Now, this is nice. So Kitty, GNOME Terminal, Terminator, and Konsole, they have right-click copy. But whenever people were trying to use the terminal, the keyboard, they kill the application. Because Control-C is not something that you do on the terminal. And we know that. We all know that because we are used to it. But not for newcomers. On Mac, This actually works because Mac uses a different command to Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V. Maybe we should, and we have a patch open for that already, maybe we should give the user the option to Ctrl-C as Ctrl-C. And he can change wherever he wants to Ctrl-C to Q application later in the future when he is more used to that. And how do I preview the file before opening it? Only console there. Which folder am I? This was actually nice because console and Terminator, we actually give the folder on the toolbar, so they were actually able to see, but the users knew PWD. So it was a nice surprise for me. And this is just me to show you the myth of a simple terminal, because, whenever people say to me, I want a terminal that is simple, but simple for who? If you're talking for somebody that it's used to Unix, if you're talking to somebody that really knows their way on the terminal, every terminal will be simple, because every terminal will have the ability to do stuff. And the shells, they are actually complex, because we have a lot of things that don't actually mean anything, like grep, like more, like less. If you're talking to a newcomer, they have no idea that more is less, that you can actually look for a file using cats or bats. Why do you have animals there? And the most simple the terminal is, the harder for the user to use it. Yeah. Those are the things that I actually dislike from the 70s. SH, CP, MV, RME, we can use move, share, copy, remove nowadays. We can remove XDG open and write open. Because even if you ask something simple like, go read a man, they are not able to quit because there is nothing indicating that pressing Q will leave that. And then you have VI, that it's a double colon and a different letter, or Emacs, that it's a really weird key combination. Sorry. So opening an application is also complicated, even if you know the name of the application. I'm gonna use, I did not actually wanted to use this application. It's the one that it's in my head right now, so sorry people. If you install GNOME terminal, the GNOME console, sorry, not GNOME terminal, GNOME console, and you type GNOME console on the terminal, nothing will happen because there is no GNOME console there. If you try GNOME and then press tab twice to show the application, it will not appear there because GNOME console has, it does not even start with GNOME. If you just type console, because maybe they wrote a slightly similar name to it, it will also not open because there is nothing related to console. GNOME console name is KGT. Why it has a K? It's not even a KD application. But it's really unintuitive when you are using visual applications and the terminal application. And the student, one student cried in despair. Another thing that I asked them to do, compile an application with errors. I've prepared them a really nice template-based errors for them to fix. I've passed an STD string to STD string. I've passed a Q string to an STD string, and I've asked them to look in the code where it was wrong just by looking at the compile output errors. And I'm not sure if you ever try to do that, but the actual amount of error lines for just sending a Q string to an STD string is around 1,300 lines of code of error, just for one single line. It's impossible to find error. So you need to be able to search, and mostly they couldn't. Now, how do we actually make this easier for them? We implement things that simulates file manager application. We give them hints whenever they want. We give bells saying, man, this is wrong. You can try to do something different here. You add them a way to manage their window instead of allowing the window manager to do its job, because a window manager does not really know that you are using a terminal, and terminals sometimes have a different semantics, and you have sensible context menus. This is a pain point for me because we don't have sensible context menus on Kate yet, but it's something that I want to put. And all of the applications, all of the things that I've asked the students to do were actually finished in Konsole correctly, and this is so good because I'm not going to use KD software, it is bloated. Yes, it is, we have a lot of options. That's the reason that people are able to use our software. But we are far from having same defaults. We need to fix that. Some users struggled to try to find something that was in front of them. Now, what new users liked on the terminal? They really like the search and the forward and backward search, so you could search up and down. They like the tabs. They like the idea that you can configure your tab title. They like the idea that you can set colors to your tab title. They like the splits. They like the scroll back with unlimited lines. They like the graphic support, and this is something that I will show in a bit. And they really like the menu actions based on file folder. And the advanced users, we had a few, like 3 or 4 advanced users there. They really like the plugin system and the multiple terminal broadcast. Now, multiple terminal broadcast, it's not something that a lot of console people say or use, but it's there and it's nice. Basically, you can have as many tabs and splits as you want. You type in one tab and you are typing all of them at the same time. You have SQL support. You have right to left and right to left and left to right text. And you have quick access to SSH. Just like Windows users, when they are migrating to Linux, they miss that. They want a way to use something like PuTTY, and now we can. And they have semantic terminal actions. I think this is one of the few terminals that implemented that, and I believe that the developer is here. Maybe? Yes, he's here. I love you, dude. So basically, what the hell semantic implementations is? Now Konsole can understand input and output. So you can type tons of commands and select only what you typed instead of selecting all of the text. It can understand the beginning and the end of the command. So you can visually see where something started and stopped. If you are running those commands that gives you tons of output, this is so good. You can basically copy the last executed command just by Ctrl-Shift-C and without selecting anything. This is so cool. And different actions based on positions of the click. So I'm gonna try to show that as soon as I am able to move this to here. Ctrl-Shift-P. Yes. No. Mouse. I lost my mouse. Yes. Oi? Como é que eu faço isso? I'm gonna move this here. Cool. So my mouse is a little bit slow here, but this will work, I hope. I'm gonna kill the presentation. No, I'm not going to kill the presentation. Let's open a new thing. And plugin system. So I have here an SSH plugin that I can basically double click and I can connect to my SSH. This is initially read from the SSH config, and I have all of my common access SSH servers here. If you do not want to add something from your SSH config, you can add new ones just by clicking the buttons below. This is so slow. Close this. quick commands. So I know that it's easy to save a command on any file, basically, any bash file, or even on bash profile or zshrc, bash rc. I know that. But sometimes you use more than SSH. You use, you are able to log in on a secure shell. You have your local shell. You have your local shell running a different shell, like ZSH or bash. And here I have my common access functions, like if I want to reformat modified files or remove files from the staging area on Git, because I always forget how to use those. So I have quick access here with names that can contain spaces so I can actually search. And for me, this is so useful. And whenever I'm typing those things down here, typing them down here, if I start to type temp equals to /temp1, you can see that I have a tiny box here that are yelling at me about bash mistakes, because I'm also running the shell check always. So it will only allow you to save your common access thing as soon as you are typing things without errors. And showing this to the newcomers, they also really enjoy that, because whenever they are typing bash, there is nothing telling them to, mate, there is an error here, fix it. I am trying now to implement this as soon as you type. Let's see if I will be able to do that in the near future. Which folder is this? Downloads. I have here my pictures, settings, here mouse. Now I can basically access quickly, which is really cool. And this is not just on the folder. Like if I open an application here, like vim test, and I write something, that it is on the same folder, I will probably also be able to, it actually worked, but it's on my screen, so you cannot see the tooltip. I think this is a cute bug. It's not showing the tooltip on the right place. Yeah, no, showing here, not where it should show. Let's see. Yes, good. And like, when I was doing this, I was also talking to another colleague from KD. He wanted to try to implement a few things inside of Konsole, and said, like, I work with HTML all day long, but I do want to do something that it's useful for me because I like to use VI with HTML. So he implemented, can you see that? No, wrong thingy, sorry. No, yes. So this is a color, but which color is this? We can allow Konsole to show you. Come on. Now, if you are graphics user, if you need to generate some graphics, like sometimes you use GNU plots. And within GNU plots, you need to say, I'm going to use Sixel. Sixel is a terminal-based graphical modes. And you can ask to plot something. And it will plot directly on Konsole. I'm going to quit here, clean the terminal so there is no trash, and I'm going to do some echoes. Echo ABC, ls. And now I can select everything, right-click, and I have some different types of copies. Because it understands that it's a location, it understands that it's a command. And it's been really, really awesome adding those things to Konsole. And basically, I've spoken so fast, and I think I still have like half an hour, but my talk is over. So if you have questions, or if you want to join me to speak some stuff, or you want to help Konsole to get better, please do.
Do we have questions? I see one here. I'll be looking at the online questions as well.
So how are you actually doing this? Are you parsing the current line in the buffer, or is there another way of getting the context?
Doing what? I've shown many things.
I mean, how do you get the context for what is actually selected, for example, like if it's an image or is it a...
This is a question that it's better that he answers because he was the implementer of that. Nope, yeah.
Okay, I think he asked about the tooltips, and this is not what I did.
It's the tooltip or the selection?
No, so I mean, how do you know what, so you showed like context-sensitive menus, like if you right-click on a file, it'll show you open the file. If you right-click on so it knows the difference between a file and a folder and things like this. So how do you know, where are you getting that context from? Are you just parsing the current buffer, or is there another way of getting the context where you know for sure that this is a file or a folder?
So this, I actually forgot to say a few things. I will say them later. This is actually something that I did, not you. Sorry, you've implemented the other thingy. Basically, whenever you ask Bash to change the directory, Bash tells us where we are. So for the directory, it's that. As soon as I know that I am on a directory, I will parse everything inside of the directory and I keep in memory. Whenever there is text, I'm running a regexp through all of the files on that directory. And then if I find something that it's there, I know that I can activate a tooltip and I know that I can activate a menu. And I know if something is a directory or a file.
Any other questions? Yeah?
Sorry. So basically, Konsole has everything that we were looking for. It has speeds, features, advanced features, and extensibility via plugins. But we also lack a few things. We lack Windows support, and this is so important. Like, we will not be able to win the Konsole race without Windows support. We need proper macOS integration. We do have some macOS integration, but as soon as you start to use the Mac terminals, it integrates better with the OS for some reasons. For instance, we are not able to fetch some shell environment. We also have export and share profiles. We basically, the profile system within Konsole is good, but it's too complex. We need to simplify and make people actually use it properly. Some people were using it for managing SSH. This was my first thought about using the plugins. We could add, copy and paste the pixel images, because now that we have an image there, the image is a Q image. We are basically painting an image, we could right-click, copy it. We could do shared sessions. Can you explain Yes, yes, I can. So pixels are Terminator-based images from the 70s. It is a technology that were used to send stuff to the printers, that you could use those matricial printers to print images. And it got a resurge for It got a resurge a few years ago. People in Japan, they really like pixels, and they started implementing things on top of that. And then I realized that I did not have any kind of images on my terminal that I could actually relate it to, so I've implemented the tooltips. But the tooltips are fake images. They are not on the terminal. They are a layer that I'm creating on top. And then I've started trying to add pixels, and I failed completely. It was horrible. I could not understand the documents from the 80s. And then this lovely person joined the project and implemented everything. Menu plot again. So this is a pixel. You can see that this is actually graphical. This is not text, and it's completely within the terminal. And with this, you can actually use text-based browsers and see all of the images.
My console doesn't do this.
Yes.
I mean, is this released, or how do I enable?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. It's muffled.
How do I enable this? I'm trying to do the, like, previewing an image, and it doesn't work on my console. Is this released?
The preview mouse overlay or the preview pixel?
When you hover something.
Okay, so this is one of the things that I said that we need to get better with better defaults. You need to enter on configuration, configure profile, mouse, advanced, underline links. That's too much. Too much. I am fighting to have this enabled by default, but the thing is, the last time that I got something enabled by default, I got yelled at. I do not like to be yelled at. There is a question here, I think.
Are there any works to change to shell-dependent behavior? Because I remember with my last shell, I could just copy in file names and they would be properly escaped, but now I've changed the shell and now console does not escape how my shell provides it. So some things seems to be necessary that is shell-dependent. Are there any ways to do that with console?
And I'm saying that I'm thinking mostly because I could not actually understand the question. Can you repeat slowly?
Like you have file names with spaces or other things that needs to be escaped. So you select something and you paste it in.
Okay.
And yeah.
So no. Okay. No, we have no idea if there is a space we are not able to actually find that this is a file. The shell must provide us like ZSH does with quotes.
More a philosophical question on direction. You try to make console easier to a user for your first user never using terminal before, but at some point they're going to be in an SSH session or be using GNOME terminal or something, or root emergency shell, and this stuff's not going to work. At what point is a balance to teach people how to use what exists versus put a layer on top, a level in direction?
That's an awesome question. So we are also trying to do everything by the standards. The improvements that he did on Konsole are backed by standards, and I am also pushing some standards all around. I'm talking to other developers of other terminals to implement some stuff. So the mouse over on files, I'm trying to push that. I'm trying to push the URL escaping. Konsole actually now can embed a URL link, just like a normal link, like a click here that will actually send you somewhere. Most of the things that we are doing are backed by standards. So if the users start to use now, maybe in the future other terminals will implement it. And another thing is, usually you start with something simpler and then you start to like and to enjoy and you search for things. So we will be able to be a better shell user if the shell is not punching you in the face in the beginning, but it gives you time to look for proper ways to do afterwards. Sometimes you just want to be able to install something because your video player is not playing a video. And then you search the tutorials, Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V, works. And after using the command a few times, you actually start to understand the command. And you actually start to make sense, and you stop using the things that are made for newcomers. But they should be there to help those people starting. Make sense?
Hi.
Hi.
Have you tried, or have you had a look at fig.io? It's an autocomplete system for terminals, which shows the autocompletion with a full graphical interface. So instead of autocompleting with text, it shows images and autocompletion. I was just wondering if you've taken a look at that, and are you working towards it right now? I'm not sure if it's open source or proprietary, but it's only available on Mac. And it's certainly a venture-backed company, so they have their own agenda.
It is in my agenda. I have a kind of working implementation that has visual autocomplete. I'm also using a few other applications that I'm trying to force them to have a visual autocomplete, for instance, the TLDR. So yeah, it is not working yet, but it's something that I am trying to do to push into Konsole, especially because then you can quickly search for things easier than on the text. Mouse clicking, because mouse clicking is so good when you can point click and make it work.
It occurs to me that the way you're getting the context for where a file is, or so coming back to my original question, it occurs to me that this might not work when you're on an SSH session, for example.
Yes, that's correct.
And this might be a usability thing where people expect it, because newcomers don't understand maybe the difference between being in an SSH session and being in a normal session.
Mm-hmm.
And they might have expectations and then suddenly file a bug saying, hey, suddenly my image hovering doesn't work.
That is true.
Yeah, so do you have already ways to handle that?
No, I don't. When I was developing that, I also hit that problem. I've talked to a few people, and the basic consensus was that's mostly okay, because at least it works on one place. And now that we have Sixels, we can have Sixels through SSH that will work. And we need to work within the limitations of the system. So unfortunately, I don't think that I can do anything related to tooltips, or to show images on hover, or to do actions based on files within an SSH server, unfortunately. I really wanted to, but I don't think that I can do that. If you have any idea on how can I do that, I'd be lovely to understand, because I've tried and I failed.
One last question.
Oh, there is another one there later.
Did you look at how it compares to Microsoft PowerShell at all?
You've spoken too quickly, and I just understood.
Did you look at how it compares with Microsoft PowerShell at all?
I've looked a little bit on PowerShell, and I've also looked on, I think it's Warp. So basically, I was looking at different terminals on different systems when I was developing my things. The biggest one that I tried to do the same features was Warp, not PowerShell. Especially because they just got a 20 million grant for a terminal, and I was shocked.
Okay, this is probably not for now, but for both. But I think I have some ideas about how to implement tooltips over SSH. So
oh, cool. That's awesome.
Okay, that's all the time we've got. Thank you very much, Tomaz. Big applause, please. Okay, and as an announcement, so In this room, we'll be having the Plasma mobile talk, starting in about 5 minutes. And in room 2, there's the KDE Eco panel that you can watch and see. So yeah, 5-minute break, everyone. See you then. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Please welcome Devin, that will be showing the Plasma Mobile presentation, and also the voice, the spirit of Bhushan connecting to us online.
Plug this in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Pandemic started, so I got my hands on a Pine phone, and then I was pretty interested in what was going on in Plasma Mobile at the time, so I started contributing. I'm a third-year CS student from Canada, undergrad at this university called the University of Waterloo. And so I first started as an application developer. I worked on some of the core system apps for Plasma Mobile, and over time I've just been getting more and more responsibility and starting to maintain the stack. So now I do work all the way up and down the stack. Definitely still a lot to learn, but yeah. Okay, I guess we'll skip Bhushan for now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay. Oh, hello. There we go.
Yeah, hi. So I think I was contributing to KDE from 2013. I was involved, at start I was involved with Plasma Mobile, like starting from right when it got incubated into KDE. And right now I'm doing some of the release management and maintainership and general cleanup and almost have some of the things currently in the Plasma Mobile project. And I am working on the, like in my personal life, I'm working on the automotive sector. So yeah, now next slide.
Okay, hopefully the screen changes. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so this is an overview of what we're going to be talking about today. So we'll be starting a bit about the shell itself. the actual Plasma shell and how we're adapting it to mobile. Then we'll be talking about the underlying stack on how we're actually getting to work on these phones. Then we'll talk about the Plasma Mobile ecosystem. So what's going on in the world of apps, the apps that we're developing, frameworks related to how we develop these apps. And then we'll be talking about actually running Plasma Mobile on hardware. So this is probably the topic that's changed the most in the past 2 years. There's been a lot more interest in the community in porting to devices, so that will be fun. And the last thing we'll be going over is future developments, what we are aiming to do and what we're going to be focusing on for the next few years. So, what is Plasma Mobile? So, it can kind of refer to two things, really. So we can refer to either the ecosystem or the shell. So Plasma Mobile, if you just talk about the Plasma Mobile repository that we have on the KDE GitLab, that's basically our version of the Plasma desktop repository. So we are just a different Plasma shell, except targeted at mobile. We target at mobile use cases, and we provide our own implementations of several things that exist in Plasma desktop. So we mostly do our changes to what Plasma Desktop has differently through something that's known as the global theme or the look and feel. So basically, our goal is right now is basically if you want to switch between the desktop and mobile, all you need to do is set our Plasma Mobile theme, and then you log into the Plasma Mobile session, and then you should be able to get into Plasma Mobile. Okay, Bhushan.
Yeah, hi. Just to talk about numbers, like after getting introduced in KDE community, so this does not include the numbers from the fabricator, but right now we have like total 2,000 plus total merge requests that is spanning over at least just the Plasma Mobile and does not include the rest of the KDE things like Plasma core Plasma itself and the frameworks and other projects. We have total 40 plus projects right now in the Plasma Mobile GitLab group, and we have 300 plus tickets, which includes like open and closed tickets. And we have 6 plus active downstreams like OpenSUSE, Fedora, and Manjaro, Ghost Market OS, and several others. So this is how the numbers are growing, and I hope that the mobile community keeps growing over the time. Next slide, please.
Okay, so I'll just be going over some of the screenshots of what the shell looks like right now. Well, okay, this will be coming on Plasma 5.26 in a few weeks. So, yeah. So on the left here, we have one of our home screens, which is Halcyon. So the equivalent technology that we're using that's used in desktop for this would be how desktop has folders on the, Plasma Desktop has folders on the desktop. We use that sort of concept here, except we provide the entire home screen. So yeah, it is just a Plasma session, except we have our own components. So you'll see on the bottom, we have this navigation bar. Traditionally, we've used these three buttons for navigation, but I think 1 or 2 Plasma versions ago, we did add support for removing this bar, so you can use gestures completely. And then we have our status bar at the top, which gives us some of the tray icons, I guess you can say. And yeah, so these panels are actually the same technology as what's used for Plasma's panels. So you have your, so in a traditional Plasma session, you have your applications on the bottom, you got your time, you got your widgets and all that. We're just using that here except for navigation bar and the status bar. So that just kind of speaks to how flexible Plasma is and the work that's gone in the past few years for allowing us to use the same concepts except in different contexts. So in the middle, we have the traditional home screen that we've had previously, which is a bit more like a traditional Android home screen. You got your pinned applications. If you swipe up, you get your applications list. And then on the right side, that's just our task switcher. So if you press this button, or if you flick up with a gesture, it'll show you that task switcher menu interface. And then this is these are some more screenshots of the shell. So on the left here, we have our quick settings drop-down panel. This is basically a quick way to access any sort of settings you want to quickly toggle. We use our own package type called quick setting packages. So that allows applications or just the shell components to provide their own quick settings that will actually show up here. We did investigate whether we could use desktop widgets to put here, but it didn't really work out so well. So for now, we have a separate thing from desktop that's just called quick settings. Yeah, okay. So over in the middle, we got our pinned view. So if you just swipe down once, you'll get this view that allows you to quickly see all of your notifications. So as you can see there, there's a screenshot notification. Uses the same technology that desktop uses for the notification widget. So yeah, it'll look pretty similar. And then on the right side, we have our audio applet. So when you press the audio, when you press the power or the volume buttons, it'll show up with just the pop-up for the volume. And then when you click the arrow, it'll actually show you all the inputs like the audio applet that we have on desktop. So it allows you to quickly change settings related to your microphones. If you have multiple microphones, you can change all of that, outputs, and as well as different application volumes. Okay, last thing about the shell is just our lock screen. So this is provided by our Plasma Mobile theme. So you have the desktop lock screen. We replace it with this lock screen, which is a bit more geared for touch. In the past year, we spent a lot of work in trying to get notifications to show up on the lock screen. I don't have a screenshot of it here. Actually, I do. On the top right, there's a notification that actually came from my phone, my other phone. And yeah, we can actually allow users to quickly see their notifications on the lock screen. They can see audio streams that are going on. So for example, I have a music app running. And you can also actually bring up the quick settings menu from the lock screen, all stuff that was done in the past year. Okay, so I'll just quickly overview the stack, and then Bhushan will talk a bit more about our telephony situation. So our stack, obviously, as a KDE project, we have Qt. And we also make a lot of use of KWin with Wayland. In fact, Plasma Mobile does not support X. Well, we have X Wayland, but we cannot run the shell in X. We have a hard dependency on Wayland. And then we use this project called Mallate Keyboard, which provides our virtual keyboard. So the keyboard that pops up when you focus on a text field. So this project was actually, I believe it was developed for, I think it was Ubuntu Touch. We still share the same code base as them. I believe Ubuntu Touch has some patches on it. But yeah, we do actually share the same keyboard as Ubuntu Touch and I believe Sailfish OS. And then for telephony, we switched recently to Modem Manager. So that provides our access to, or that provides our ability to do calls, SMS, mobile data. Yeah, and then everything else really is what you're accustomed to on desktop. So Pulse Audio or Pipewire, Bluetooth stack is exactly the same. So this is kind of really the beauty of porting Linux to mobile. We can just use the same stack. As long as the hardware is supported, we can just use the what we use on desktop. Okay, Bhushan will talk about telephony.
Okay, so about telephony, I think one of the major change that we did during 2021 and 22 was switching from Ophono to Modem Manager, because we had some concerns about the availability, like how alive the Ophono project was, and also the stability of overall Ophono project. And we we noticed that some of the mobile OS projects like Fosh or Genome Mobile, as we call it, they're starting to use the modem manager. So we eventually decided that it is best to switch to modem manager for improved telephony stability. We have custom application called Plasma Dialer, which is basically front end to modem manager right now. And we have a spacebar application that can allow you to send SMS and MMS. And we are using the call audio from the Mopian project, yet another great project, great distribution, shout out to them. And that we are using for audio routing, because audio routing on mobile devices is super complex. There are like multiple sinks and multiple sources, and each device has its own quirks, and it's so weird to like do it custom made in your own device. But also using call audio allows us to share same stack between like multiple projects, like Fosh Dialer is also using the same thing, and for example, other projects are also using the same thing. So ultimately, it allows us to have a same set of standards and projects working. Next slide, please. Yeah. So in terms of stack evaluation, as I mentioned, that we did Ophono to modem manager migration, and that brought out lots of telephony improvements. I think if you have tried Plasma Mobile back in 2018-19, you would have heard lots of complaints that Plasma Mobile's telephony and overall stability of the phone stack is super bad. But thanks to Alexei and some other contributors, we have ported it to modem manager, and that has brought down lots of stability improvements. And actually, nowadays it is actually in a usable state where you can actually use the telephony. There were also major improvements in the Queen compositor, and this is also thanks to our goal of Wayland in the general KDE goals. So we had window overlay support for the lock screen added very recently, so that you do not miss your calls when your phone is locked, and it allows dialer to bring windows in front of it. There were lots of improvements in terms of virtual keyboard input. There are certain bugs there still, but overall the stability of whole virtual keyboard is improving quite a lot. And we also added the support for X-Variant clients in the virtual keyboard. So traditionally, lots of people ask that why don't you allow us to have a virtual keyboard working on some of the applications that are old school, or some of the applications that are not using Wayland. And so based on this user's request, we also added support for X-Variant clients in the virtual keyboard, so that now if you are using programs, you can enter input. And there were also lots of performance enhancements in the compositor, in the application, in the cell, and almost everywhere. So lots of application startup times were improved. For example, K-Weather, I think that was like one of the most heaviest application, and its startup performance has been improved quite a lot, and similar for the Queen and every other components that we are using on Plasma. Okay, next slide, please.
Okay, so applications. So we have two categories really of applications. So we first have our convergent category, which are basically applications that we designed to work both on desktop and mobile. So the intention eventually is that, yeah, we'd ship the same application for use on both of them without any changes really. So some of these applications you might already be familiar with. So we have Discover, the App Store that we also use on Plasma Mobile. We have our own UI for that I'll show later. Elisa, which is a music player, Coco, Cast, and the list goes on. It's actually most of our apps we do try to design with all these different form factors in mind. So using Kirigami, we can actually accomplish this. And then there is a second category of applications that really are the mobile equivalents of desktop applications. So one of the biggest things is that some of our existing desktop apps are quite hard to port to mobile, so we just basically created a mobile equivalent of them. So that could include our browser. Usually, like a lot of people would use Firefox on the desktop. I know Firefox hasn't expressed interest in actually making a mobile form factor, so we actually have our own browser, Angelfish. We also have our own version of Konsole, except not in Qt widgets, it's in Qt Quick. It's called QML Console. And then a file manager, which is Index, because currently Dolphin doesn't work super well on mobile yet, maybe. And then we have our actual application release cycles. So our core applications iterate pretty frequently, and we have a lot of changes, especially dialer and spacebar, which provides SMS. Those need to be fixed pretty often. We do a lot of work on those. So basically, we have this separate release cycle called Plasma Mobile Gear, which happens every 2 months. And then we have the normal KDE Gear release service, which is where most desktop apps are released through. And I believe that's every 4 months. Then we also have a separate thing for MAUI applications. So they're another project from within KDE that also develops convergent apps. They release on their own release schedule. And one of the biggest things that we did in the past, I believe it was exactly a year ago now, we started packaging all of our convergent apps as Flatpaks, and we pushed them to FlatHub. So basically, people from, well, no matter your distro, as long as you have Flatpak, you can actually install our apps. You can enjoy them on other desktop environments as well. Phosh, GNOME Mobile, yeah. So this is just taken straight, I'm not going to read all of them, but this is taken straight from our homepage, and this is kind of our list of first-party apps that we develop. So these are just KDE applications that have been designed with Plasma Mobile in mind. As you can see, we have a lot of our system apps, but we also have different apps like NeoChat, which is a Matrix client, slowly starting to move into FOSS social networking. Yeah. Yeah, if you use NeoChat, you can use it on mobile as well. You can use the same app on desktop and mobile. And then we also have MAUI apps like Pix and, yeah. So Kirigami, so this is kind of the framework that really allows all of this convergent work to happen. This is how we're able to take a desktop interface and make very minimal changes and have it work on mobile as a first-party experience. So we primarily develop with Qt Quick. Kirigami is a Qt Quick framework. Qt widgets, while it's possible for us to make mobile experiences out of them, it's definitely harder to, and we don't really have the infrastructure yet. So for the most part, everything that we do on Plasma Mobile is in Qt Quick. So for Kirigami, these are some examples of some of the components that we've contributed upstream. So we got the idea starting from our mobile use cases. We pushed it upstream to Kirigami so that they could be used on both desktop and mobile. So navigation tab bar, dialog, form components, not decided yet. So here's some screenshots of some apps. So as you can see on the bottom here, this is actually a new component that came here or that was added about a year ago. It's called the navigation tab bar, which allows you to navigate without using a sidebar for if you have like 3, 4 pages in your application. So it's easier than, for example, opening the sidebar and then clicking an option. So on the left here, we got Discover. So you may not be familiar with this interface. This is how it looks on mobile. Very minimal changes needed, which is the power of Kirigami. And then, yeah. In the middle, we have our browser, which is Angelfish. Uses I forgot the name, Qt web engine to do all the rendering and all that. And then on the far right, we have Elisa, which is an app that used to actually be a desktop specific application, but got ported to have a mobile interface. So now we can use the same app on desktop and mobile. That's how that looks with the dark theme. Some other applications. This was originally developed, so this is Cast on the left side, which is a podcast player. It was originally developed for Plasma Mobile, but eventually it also got ported to have a desktop interface. So now, yeah, use the same app on desktop and mobile. In the middle, it's another convergent app. That's K-Weather, which was actually one of the first projects that I worked with when I first started contributing. And then on the far right, we got QML Konsole, which is our Qt Quick or mobile version of Konsole. And these are some examples of non-KDE, non-Qt applications, just to show you that Plasma Mobile allows you to run any application. It's Linux, right? So on the far left, we have a GTK4 libidweta app from GNOME. This is GNOME Clocks, works perfectly. In the center, we actually have a Flutter application. So applications developed with Flutter that are meant for Android and iOS. Maybe in the future, we'll see a lot more of them on Linux. So since they can actually also use the same code base, we actually have it working perfectly now. Yeah. And then on the far right side, that's actually an Electron application. So I know it's a bit slow on the PinePhone. You have to basically start a browser to open it. But it's working perfectly, like touch support and everything. I guess it's because Chromium supports touch well. You can use that if you want to. Yeah. Okay, Bouchard.
Yeah, okay. About the Plasma Mobile, so you saw that Devin presented this UI and all that now, like how to use that, how to use it on actual hardware. Like, so one of the major changes that happened was that we dropped the Helium support. I think it actually happened back in 2021, but we still included this here because it's noteworthy. So it was a decision that we made that we will only support the mainline device because it supports our philosophy of the Plasma Mobile project much better. We are also getting pre-installed on the Pine64, Pinephone, and Pinephone Pro devices. So the devices that Pine64 is selling, they are including this pre-install. And we are also supporting various devices. For example, post-market OS community is supporting these devices like Contour 6, SIFT 6 devices, and several other devices. You can reach out to that community and figure out how it is getting, which devices they are supporting. And if you have some distribution, you can also install those as regular packages on your desktop or on your tablet, for example. It is getting packaged in Alpine, Fedora, Manjaro, Postmarket OS, Linux on OpenSUSE, and Fedora. So you can simply install the packages of the applications or the shell and have it working on your normal desktop device as well. Next slide, please. Yes. Okay, so I want to talk a bit about the major challenges that we are going to face in the future. So we are seeing more and more vendor lock-in. So we are seeing that companies are locking their devices a bit more in the name of security or in the name of basically they are trying to lock the devices a bit more and a bit more. And it is getting harder to install the custom software on those devices. So like once you buy the devices with the Android, you are stuck with that. That's it. That's the end of the story. And there is also lack of more generalized adoption for the Open Mobile project. So we are saying that we are working on these mobile projects, but people are not adopting it as quickly as they should be. So it is just not about the Plasma Mobile. but it is also same story for the other projects. So it is still, this open mobile projects are still a kind of a more kind of a geeky thing, so that we want it to become more and more general, more and more open to general public. And so we have like lots of open mobile projects communities. There are lots of distributions. There are lots of communities working on the user interface. There are lots of community people working on the applications. But in general, we feel like there is a fragmentation between these communities. There is a lack of collaboration between these mobile communities. So the communities are working on this, solving some problems in their own small bubbles, and they are not communicating with each other, and they are not having some kind of synchronous communication between each other, and that is in longer term hurting each other and hurting this initiative about having open mobile projects. Next slide, please.
So now we're going to look forward to our 2023, 2024 goals. So really the biggest thing that we really need to focus on nowadays is stability and performance. So a lot of the initial development work of the past 2 years was really on implementation. We needed a shell. We need all these things to be working. Now we need to investigate a lot of the issues that we have on a lot of these mobile devices that Plasma Mobile has been ported to. So issues like suspend, waking from suspend, bugs with window management, things like that. So we need to spend more time to create better workflows for investigating these day-to-day regressions that happen on our dev branch. And yeah, so the second big goal really is KDE PIM. So we want to be able to provide an experience for users that allows them to unify their contacts, emails, calendars all together. This is already a big thing on desktop. We want to bring that work to mobile, hopefully within the next year. There's actually a BOF about that you can check out. I think it's just called the KDE PIM BOF. Yeah, Carl. Third thing really is improved tablet support. So we've actually heard a lot of feedback from users that they want to see Plasma Mobile on their tablets. They want more of a touch-based experience that they kind of see on, like, for example, their iPads or Android tablets. So that's another big thing that we need to work on. Improving the shell, improving applications so that they work well with widescreen layouts. And the fourth big thing, which this is a really, really big topic, which would be convergence. So this is probably one of the major selling points of having a Linux device. It's the ability to basically run desktop applications. So the goal here is you walk up to any monitor, any display, you take your Pine phone, any other phone, you plug it into the monitor, and actually if you plug in a mouse and keyboard, you get a full desktop experience. So then you can do, you basically don't need a laptop. As long as you have a screen, you can plug in your phone and you can do stuff you do on the desktop. So a lot of work we need to do for multi-displays, having multi-window mode, things like that. Bhushan?
Yeah, so actually, so one of the thing that we are looking for towards the hardware support is like, we are hoping that we support more and more mainline devices. This is kind of open call to also people who are capable of doing this work. And this is also called to mobile manufacturers that more mainline devices or more devices that are running near to mainline Linux kernel, they make it much easier for us to run Plasma Mobile on it, and it also makes it much easier to basically bring Plasma Mobile to more end users. Also, we have, you saw the numbers that we are gaining in terms of activity, but still we expect more active contributors working on the Plasma Mobile project. And we also expect that Plasma Mobile project becomes a stepping stone for people looking to contribute to KDE. So I think you saw the Devin who started working on right at the Plasma Mobile, and now he's also contributing to some things in the desktop as well. So we are looking for some more. We are hoping that Plasma Mobile is the project where people can get started working on the KDE community. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that more hardware vendors that support the Linux mobile. Next slide, please.
All right, contribute. So we definitely need more contributors. I'd say the amount of active people working directly on Plasma Mobile is in the single digits, despite we have quite a few users that came from the Pine 64 community that have been trying it out. So bug testers, developers, yeah, just if you would like to contribute, you can join us on Matrix. You can check out our documentation as well. Generally, you need a lot more testing, so yeah, feel free to join us on Matrix. You can also check out our website, which contains a lot more information about the project. So, questions. I know we kind of ran pretty late, so if you have other questions or you want to try out some of the devices, you can come to the BOF on Monday. And yeah, I'll have a bunch of devices out if you want to try them. Any questions? Hi, Bhushan.
So we have a couple of questions, both from the online folks and maybe someone in person here as well. I'll be trying to go change.
Yeah. Okay.
Change it up. So first question comes from Umberto. What's the best way of testing and developing the mobile Linux ecosystem without hardware like a Pine phone?
Without her, so it would actually be pretty similar to the way you develop on desktop. So we have this tool called KDE Source Build. You can build the entire KDE stack on any distro as long as you have it set up. So I'd recommend that if you just want to try it. Well, if you want to just try it yourself, you don't want to do the development, you don't want to compile everything, we have Postmarket OS. They provide a tool that quickly builds a Plasma Mobile image, and it'll run it in a virtual machine, and you can try it out yourself. Yeah, I mean, there's more information on the website, and you can also ask us in the Matrix channel if you have more questions on that.
Any questions from the online, in-person audience? If so, raise your hands. If not, I'll go through the online questions. I find, from Cooperino, I find myself accidentally closing apps because I confuse the order of the buttons and tapping the X a single time closes it. Could it be made so a gesture or a second action is needed to close the app?
Yes, so we've kind of just kept with the close button on the bottom for a very long time. I actually didn't get around to it for Plasma 5.26, but I was planning on having it a hold to close. So basically, you'd hold the close button for a set amount of time and close it. Eventually, we kind of do want to move to gestures or allowing you to customize the bottom bar, because I know a lot of people find the X button a bit weird. So, yeah.
Okay, sorry, we don't have any more time for questions. So, first of all, applause, please, again for Bush and Devin. If people in person have questions, can they find you here and trouble you about their Plasma Mobile stuff? And for the online questions I didn't get to, maybe Bhushan, are you in the Matrix room and people can ping you there and ask some of those questions?
Sure, and you can also join our Matrix channel. So it's I think Devin showed it in previous channel, and I will also send a link there.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we're having a coffee break. It will be a half an hour, after which in this room, David will be talking about, I assume, games, because the talk is called Full Steam Ahead. And in room number 2, a different David will be breaking the barrier to enterprise adoption, why accessibility matters. See you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. Please take a seat. And welcome David for his talk. Yeah, people are still coming in, I guess.
Literally just said, oh my God. It's kind of interesting because someone's just created comment, and it says attribution applied, and then they haven't put the next. They're just written sneaky squirrel. I mean, it's like, how am I breaking a law? Well, anyway, I tried. And it's an awesome thing.
Okay, everyone, please welcome David Edmundson.
Thank you very much. As Adam pointed out earlier, the pun in the title, talking about the Steam Deck. I opened up all the valves. He's going to kill me later. I'm already at half-life. Okay. Who here has heard of the Steam Deck by show of hands? Right, so my talk is explicitly for that one guy there. So I will make eye contact and ask you about it afterwards. Okay, so what's my talk going to be about? Quick overview. I'm going to talk through the device, the setup, and how KDE integrates with all of this. I'm going to talk about what we've been working on as contractors. And I'm going to give some big thoughts on what this means for KDE and everyone. And then I'm going to leave a lot of time for questions because I like seeing Adam run around. So, what is a Steam Deck? This device here. And you can see this lady is using it to play video games. It's a games console, a handheld games console. And this lady's playing a game while mindlessly wandering into traffic. This lady's playing a game while mindlessly wandering into traffic. Pretty clear, I'm not an official Valve spokesperson. You can use it without wandering into traffic. But it's a games console. But what makes it interesting is it's a Linux console. It's a Linux device under the hood. So out the box, what does it do? Well, it boots into this very, 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 very minimal Linux desktop environment called GameScope. And GameScope has one job, which is show a single full-screen window as fast as possible. and it is very, very, very good at that one job. It's rubbish at anything else. Very narrow target. So it's good for showing a game on your game's device. Another thing to mention about this device is the root file system is read-only, or immutable if you want to show off. And that means you can't install any other apps by default, but you also can't break it. It's very easily hackable, you can turn that off, but it's designed as a consumer device. So why am I talking about this at a KDE conference? Because of the next slide. Use your deck as a PC because it is one. And what Valve are providing at a very minimal environment isn't enough to use it as a PC, to act as a PC, supporting multiple monitors and doing all this setup involved in that, drag windows about, sort out printer drivers, which are a pain, and all of these complicated things you can't build very quickly. It's the sort of thing that takes 22 years to build, which is what we've been doing. So it took a very smart decision, stick KDE on your device. And that was Valve's vision. You've got your deck, you can use it as a PC, and that saves you buying another device, buying another PC, and you're hooked into just one device. It does many more things, and hooks you into that one market store, which is where they gain from it. And that's our opportunity to shine. It's where we come into our own element, because they want a desktop, that's what we provide. So how does KDE on your device work? Hidden away in the power menu, press a button called Switch to Desktop, as highlighted by the yellow arrow instead of the red label. And you get a full desktop experience. If you want to know what Plasma looks like on a Steam Deck, just open your own laptop, because it's the same, but slightly smaller. And out of the box, they're not just shipping Plasma, they're also shipping a handful of the KDE applications, Dolphin, Arc, Gwenview, but not that many. But we have Discover. And even though some of the root file system is read-only, you can still add with Flatpaks applications into your own home directory. So Discover is available in desktop mode, and any app available on FlatHub can be easily downloaded and installed. And quite an interesting twist on this is once that application is downloaded and installed, you can then load them from that very fast single-user GameScope mode. So you can grab the app there and still not have to go to desktop when you want to use that one app. You've got your desktop mode when you need something very powerful. So we talked about how you can plug it in and use it as a PC, but it's also a portable device. And you can use it as a portable device. You can run Plasma without plugging in an external monitor and a mouse and a keyboard. In fact, you can see it here. I'll just go to a more overhead screenshot so you can see what it looks like. And we're trying to provide that full desktop experience. The start menu looks the same. Dolphin, it's a window, you can drag it around, and you can interact exactly as you would. And it's quite an interesting device. It's very unique compared to any other device we've seen before, because working from Plasma, because you have a touchscreen, so mouse input is sorted. But you have a trackpad, so mouse input is sorted. There's another trackpad, so mouse input is sorted. And you've got a joystick, which you can use to control your mouse. So mouse input is sorted. There's also an accelerometer in here, and many people on the internet, through social media people, said, well, you can hook this up to control your mouse. So pretty well covered for mice. But keyboard is still lacking. So we do have a virtual keyboard option. And you press a key combination, it invokes. So it's an interesting device, because it's not something you see in many other situations of that many mice, no keyboard. So how are people using the deck? The Steam Deck's been shipping for a couple of months now, and we've seen it used in ways maybe not as expected. So we're seeing people boot into the desktop mode to configure that gaming mode. Go in, install some emulators, which is a small enough task that you can do with just a mouse and a virtual keyboard, and do your mods. You can customize your boot splash, you can modify a few files, and doing mods and customization. And they're using a file manager as a way of tweaking. Another thing we saw was people using a desktop mode to fulfill missing functionality of the GameScope mode, because on day 0 of launch, there were things missing. There was complicated Wi-Fi. When Valve were making that UI, I didn't think about some Radius server where you need to download a file in advance and ship it in a folder. But the support forums had an easy answer. Switch to desktop mode, do all of this, and it's all network manager on your stack, it's all shared, and then you can go back. So it was being used as a crux. People with Bluetooth headphones, you need to select the right codec, so it's not quite as good. Valve don't necessarily need it in their UI, it keeps it nice and simple, but there's an option. So we're fulfilling that gap of just filling in these niche requirements. Arguably, you could call it missing functionality, but we're able to sort of drill down into the details. But also bigger features, like if you want to record your screen while you're sharing a game and streaming, because that's what people are doing nowadays. Or if you're taking your screenshots and you want to copy it to an SD card or upload it into your cloud, you can't really do that in the gaming mode, but you've got a full desktop experience with you already. You don't have to go home and plug it in. And then things get even more creative. So I've taken some photos from social media, and this guy plugging in some GNU radio. I never understand GNU radio, but it's got cool plots, and they're always at FOSDEM. And he's probably doing something illegal. And people going around on social media saying, well, I've got my deck. It's easy to use as a PC, but it's not as big and bulky as a laptop, but more flexible to use than a phone. I don't think you struggle to do this sort of thing on a phone without a lot of work, maybe on the Plasma Mobile. But even there, you don't have as many mice. So it's really coming into its own form factor in ways that we weren't seeing. And then this guy, a genuine post from social media a couple of days ago. I went to a conference, but forgot my laptop. So I'm using my Steam Deck, and he had it with him, probably playing games when he should have been concentrating. But then opened up a text editor, word processor, and boom, made it work. And I'm using my Steam Deck to present, so therefore I win. In your face, guy on Reddit. But we're seeing it used in these sort of creative ways. But we're also seeing people using it properly, as expected. Again, going to social media posts. Anyone else using your deck as a desktop? And if you look for your comments, there's enough people saying, yeah, it works great. And one thing I think I found interesting is we've had KDE on laptops and such in the past, but in a laptop, there's an expectation, I think we see, of if you've got a laptop, it must behave identical to Windows if you're a new user, or it's rubbish. And people have that expectation. But when things are slightly different, even when you're plugging in a mouse and keyboard, because they weren't really expecting a desktop when they set out to buy it, this is a value on, they're happy with it. They're happy to experiment that little bit more and go, oh, maybe it's different, but I like it, it's different. And they're pleased with that. So this was a quote from our contact at Valve. Desktop mode has been used a lot more than we expected. I'm going to skip ahead, and this is all done to hard work of everyone in KDE, and you should all be proud. You've wasted your clap. Go and do it again. Right, that's enough, because this talk is all about me and my team and what we've been working on. So that's a device. But how did we get here? So Blue Systems were contacted by Valve. We got in touch. We knew they wanted to do something with Plasma. And we also get some assistance from Enioka later on in this journey to work on very specific areas of Plasma, places where Valve have said, I think we can do this a little bit better. Because that's their prerogative. That's what they should have as users. I mean, they're users. It's what they're shipping to clients. So when they contacted us, we didn't know about the Steam Deck. We weren't hired for that. It was a secret. I assume they knew. I don't know if they knew. But they gave some work saying, we're going to do something with Plasma. So we started off, and mostly didn't do many Steam Deck-specific tasks, partly because they had this vision of using it as a desktop. But that didn't matter because Valve cared about building an ecosystem regardless. That was a phrase they constantly repeat, build your ecosystem, because it's in their interest for Linux to get better. On Linux, they are the store where you get games, and they're a place where if you want to sell a game, Valve are providing an added value, which you don't get in many other stores. So it makes sense as a good partnership. So to get away from those other stores that Aleix was talking about on Windows and Android and OS X, rather than competing, it's in their interest for a new market to thrive, which means Plasma and GNOME and everyone getting us more users. So they really care about that. So we did get some inklings about the Steam Deck, because occasionally they would say, oh, it's a touch input in this application. And we'd say, oh, is that something you want us to look into? And then they'd scurry away and say, no. So, but obviously at some point we knew. So what have we been doing for Valve? Well, one of the earlier tasks was improving at resource management, resource visualization. So as a network graph, some KSysGuard got added first. And we ended up building a whole new monitor with GPU information and the GPU memory used and GPU, because that's what gamers sort of are more interested in. And we had a new system monitor with desktop widgets that's been talked about in a previous Akademy. And all of these bullet points you could do half-an-hour talks on. I won't because I'll ruin Kenneth's schedule. Another big part, system settings, and this is a work from Enioka, and if you have any questions, please go to Kevin. I'm sure he'll be really pleased to hear about him. Highlight change settings. System settings is always a very difficult topic. You open it up and there's settings everywhere, and you change something stops working, you don't know what you've changed. How do you go about it? How do you easily go about and fix that? And you've probably all seen in Plasma 2 releases ago, there's a button added in system settings. You press it, and then you can see which settings have you changed from the default. And the default provided by a look and feel and the default provided by a system. There's always different layers that happen. And with that, we also found that revert to default button, that's in every KCM. It didn't work in so many cases, because it's the sort of thing where a developer writes once, goes, that works, and then somebody comes along and goes, I'm going to add a new config option. But do they think about testing that button? Not really. So you get this feature creep that happens. So yeah, going through every module and not just fixing it, but creating an infrastructure that does it auto-magically. And it's amazing. A more left field thing thrown from them is they wanted a firewall, because they knew you'd have people coming in from Windows, and that's the expectation. There should be a firewall, there should be a way to configure it. And they funded that, they shipped that, and one thing that we've seen is Valve would suggest something, and I'd be skeptical. But I'm a good contractor, so I do it anyway. And then the social media would come up, and everyone, when you do release notes for Plasma, people say, oh, that's a really good idea. I'm really good at that. So they do tend to have their finger on the pulse of what's actually needed. And we also added this landing page, system settings, if you want to find one of the few things you're going to change a lot, light theme, dark theme, that sort of thing. So on the front page, click it, move on. Another massive topic, power profiles. Steam Decks on battery life, but also laptops on battery. These sort of things matter, and there's a lot of advances happening in the kernel space, and we weren't really utilizing it in a desktop space. And some work was happening in this free desktop world, but it wasn't really ready for production, it wasn't really ready for us to use for our needs, and we still needed to integrate it in KDE. So we've added support for power profile switching. If your kernel supports it, you'll see it in the battery monitor. You can say you want performance profile or battery saving, which I hope my Steam Deck's on right now, so I don't lose halfway through the slides. And we did a lot of work upstream in all of that as well. Another big aspect with power and resource management is putting all the applications into different C groups, which, again, I talked about at a previous Akademy, but now you know it's Valve funded. and making our foreground applications run a bit faster. But it wasn't just in Plasma. There's a few cases where generally the community does a great job of all the applications, and there's some applications which are essential, and some which are more fringe use cases. And we had the job of going over a couple of these core applications and just giving them a quick cleanup. GwenView was amazing. Over time, I think there had been a drop in commits, and some new behavioral changes had come in as standards. So it just needed that little bit of cleanup, and that's what we discussed of, let's give it, I shouldn't have used the word overhaul. It wasn't an overhaul, it was just a visual refresh of, let's go a certain amount of time, see how much we can polish and sort out. And another thing related to GwenView, the file management wasn't quite there with Keo. It blocks a lot, particularly if you put a slow SD card in. Maybe now, I think it might have been thinking about the Steam Deck when this request came in, or if you put a slow SD card, it blocks a lot. Now it doesn't. Now it's super fast. And another one on review right now, Spectacle. It's a good application. The functionality all works, but we can make it a bit more streamlined. The expectation has changed. What we've seen in other desktops have become this more integrated, smooth process. It's about that workflow. And we're like, well, we should have that. We should make sure our apps are up to date. And that's on review right now. So check it out, and hopefully we'll see that landing. But Valve weren't just thinking about end users on the device. They're also thinking about that developer experience, because if you're trying to profile your game on the Steam Deck, you're going to be logging in. You're going to be running Konsole. They probably know all of the commands. They're not in the same case as Tomaz was talking about earlier, but it's reflowing and multi-line checkboard changes. There's just enough off that if you're not used to your Linux world, which some of these developers are not, there's some stuff that could be polished up. So they funded some Konsole work. And what I think they were focusing on was the things that bothered them, because they could relate to that. And what have we done in Plasma? We continued all of our startup improvements. Startup is much, much faster than it was years ago. There's our systemd managed boot, which has helped make things so much more robust, particularly with other upstream changes that happened, because robustness is something they really care about. And microphone volume indicators, it's a very small thing compared to all of these other bullet points that are worthy of our own talks. But the backstory of how this came about is good. We were in a meeting, and somebody, who will remain nameless, didn't have a microphone set up properly, and it was embarrassing. But it was a realization of, it's not your fault, whoever it may be. Let's fix this. Let's put in some time and fix this sort of tiny paper cut. So that was something that came up from there. And we funded some of the work on KFUs when we thought it was going to stall. We took on that GSOC guy and let him finish that off. So I mentioned the only way to install applications is Flatpak. And Flatpak is great, but it's slightly more than just packaging your app. Packaging your app gets it on the store, but there are some nuances that don't quite work exactly the same as a native application. And they need to be taken care of. And it's not just inside the application, there are things missing at a very fundamental layer as well. So we sorted out the portal support for drag and drop outside a file system. So if Flatpak might have a different knowledge of a file system compared to your space outside of Flatpak. So if you pass in a path, that doesn't necessarily match up. So we hooked all of that up with some portal magic. I think we were some of the first to actually make that work everywhere. And we had a KDE API for process spawning outside the sandbox, because Flatpak hides user bin. So if you're Kate and you have plugins that try and execute a git command, it does nothing. And that was something I cared about. If we're in a position where a Kate developers say, we're not comfortable with our product on the Flatpak because it makes our product look bad, that's a problem that needs fixing. And we need to take a step back and not just say, oh, Kate, it's your problem. We need to look at underlying problems and fix all of that. And we did. And, well, hopefully. If people do have issues, please do let us know. So we had a KDE API and Kcore add-ons, and we did the work porting Kate to that. We didn't want to push anyone. We sort of said, we've done your work. If you're comfortable with this being on the store, let's put it on the store. And that's all moving forwards now. And that's going to be good because it's something I miss on the deck. You want that good text editor, even if you are using a virtual keyboard. And the portal is a moving target. And the way Flatpaks works is it's a packaging level system, but it's also a file protection system. It's trying to lock down and sandbox your application. And the more you sandbox, the more you need to poke holes in that sandbox to make things continue to work. And that's where a portal comes in, and that's this constantly iterating target. Wayland. I know, silence befouls the room, silence befouls my slides while I have a drink. So, there's a lot to do in Wayland. And so much so, I know there's 2 talks tomorrow. I'm not going to drill down into what we've been doing. But needless to say, it's a big topic. And the issues go beyond KDE. It's not a case of... Issues go beyond KDE. It's not just a case of us fixing a few things. What's going on here? Okay, it's not just a case of us fixing this stuff, infrastructure throughout the stack. It's all of the clients, and there's protocol missing. And I mean, Wayland works really well if you have a very simple app. Is a window, it's all isolated, self-contained, and behaves the way a simple app works. But as soon as you have a virtual keyboard or a driver trying to replay events or absolute positioning, like a friends overlay where see all your contacts that Valve has, or if you want to stream all your media to another device, which is a feature Valve has. And there's so many cases where Valve's own software wasn't really working with Wayland. So they know X isn't the future. But Wayland still has gaps that need filling. And it's a massive long-term effort. And they've been funding that, but it also means they're interested in KDE for a long haul as well, because they know it's a big project. And we've done even more behind the scenes that I didn't bother writing into bullet points, because there's so many lots of little tiny things everywhere. So, some closing thoughts, wrapping it up. A big topic. Okay. Why did Valve choose KDE? And have a moment to think about that. And I'll tell you my opinion, which is right, because I've got a microphone. They chose it because they use it themselves and they like it. It's a very simple concept. They use it and they like it. But there's also so much to read into that. They're not targeting some hypothetical user. And I think that's something it's easy to get into that mindset of, oh, what if a user does this? What if a user does that? And I think it's very clear from all your conversations, they focus on what they like. And they took that story of, well, my opinion probably reflects a lot of people. I'm not that weird. And they focused on that. And it's also quite interesting that Valve didn't see this product and go, what can we shape it into? They were like, we're happy with this. This is what we want. And I think there's also a tendency to look at some other products that are happening and going, oh, we need to pivot into this space. We need to pivot into that space. And sometimes you need to look inside and go, well, actually, what's working well? And in many ways, Plasma right now and the KDE stack and all the applications is actually working well. And we should lean into that. So it's an exciting time. I think it's safe to say this is Plasma's biggest adoption onto mainstream hardware that ships out the box. I mean, I know it's had other products in the past. The thing that I like most about this is a lot of the times we see people using Linux because they're targeting for cheap. And when they use Linux because they're targeting for cheap, that shows in all other aspects of what goes to market. But that's not the case for Valve. They're not using Plasma because it's cheap. They're using it because they can control the store. And therefore, they're happy to put it on a high-end device. They're using it, well, they're using it because they like it. So, this is Valve. I'm not sure if you'd asked me a couple of years ago, would I be on stage talking about Valve funding a device, running Plasma, that's being shipped to a lot of people? I wouldn't. I'd laugh at you. And I would have been wrong. So who's next? Is it going to be Dell? Is it going to be HP? Aleix said you're not going to see Plasma on helicopters. Or 3 years from now, if I'm floating on the stage, you'll look like an idiot. And I'm going to look really cool. Or is it going to be something else unusual, like a car? Mental. So we'll see. And if we can prove ourselves in the marketplace, with one big vendor, hopefully others will notice. And where we're at now with Plasma on a deck isn't where Plasma's going to continue being on a deck. We're continuing to iterate on it. The community is continuing to iterate on Plasma upstream. We're changing this. We are going to make some awesome software that's being exposed to lots of awesome people. And next year, maybe we'll be in a position to stand on a hill with a flag looking successful. Montserrat, maybe. So, any questions? Also, how long have I got left?
We have about 10 minutes left.
Ah, perfect.
So I'll be doing questions from the audience and online as well. I'll start with the online ones, and then I'll go back and forth. So the first one from Nicholas. Who do I need to bribe or convince to pre-install KDE Connect on the Steam Deck?
No one. We'll see what happens. In terms of default packages, that's something outside our control. It's something, because we can make recommendations, we've got a good partnership. We'll see what happens. I would also suggest you check out the beta options in the Steam Deck and see what you see in main instead of release.
You said that the Steam Deck has been sold or distributed to many, many people. Do we know how many?
I do. I don't know if it's public.
Can you ask if they can tell us?
So I do know. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, I can tell you that. They have crossed over 1 million, and they're still processing the back orders. And once they're done with the back orders, that's still going on. So once they process the back orders, then they expect another surge of sales because then it's going to be available in store. And that's going to be a huge boost. We're also seeing a dock, which is not this one, a dock being announced. Oh, screen flickered if I do this. It also announced a dock. Sorry, it also announced a dock that's coming soon, and I think it's really going to boost the Plasma on the deck usage, because then it's a bit easier to plug it into a mouse, keyboard. You don't need a mouse. Keyboard and monitor, and rather than using unofficial docks, so it works a little bit better.
Next question comes from Andreas. Valve seems somewhat slow with updating Plasma on the deck, even in the beta channels. Do you have any insight in the reasons for that?
Say again, sorry?
The Plasma is old on the Steam Deck.
Yes.
When update?
What happened? So it's not our fault. It's not. So when they have the operating system, we talked about how it's immutable. They've got this big updates that they take atomically. And that's a big process. They, after our first deck, first shipment, they were like, we've got this, let's play safe. And then let's work where we're going afterwards. So I think it's just playing safe for now. We will see updates. We will see updates throughout the stack.
Okay, the deck itself works well for games. And it works well if you connect it to a TV and a keyboard and a mouse.
Yep.
But if you try to use it as a desktop, the desktop version, on the deck itself, it's very it doesn't really work very well because the mouse is only on the right side. For example, I'm left-handed, and it's kind of...
Okay, so I can do a live demo. I'm not going to do a live demo because I'm not an idiot. But if you go to your Steam settings, you'll see how much control you've got, because one thing Valve do is settings. So on this window here, which, I see what someone was saying about your mouse being difficult. If we can find, okay, there is a setting. I will show you, and you can configure every aspect of it. You can either switch its touchpad, you can change the sensitivity.
Okay.
It's got an intense amount of control. And that's all being done at the Valve layer. So you probably looked in system settings. Arguably, that's not as streamlined as it could be, but it's Valve providing that translation from all of these buttons to mouse keyboard events. And therefore, it's hooked into their UI. So once you find it, it's the same as the one we use to configure it on games. And it's very, very powerful. And there's some community templates on there as well.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, another question from the online audience. How does one backup data from the Steam Deck? Did Valve ask for a nice backup and restore UI on the device?
It's not something they've asked for, but you have a file manager. So I think that's as much a case of you can use a deck as a desktop mode as a way to do something. You might need to find that wiki page on GitHub where someone says, these are where all your files are. And we can also use other apps on top. There are existing backup restore applications. Grab one from Flatpak, it will probably work if you get your directory synced up. So I think it's an interesting question. It could be an interesting avenue. I talked about how plasmas and what we're doing is not fixed. It's going to continue iterating over time. So who knows what your future brings? I've been helicopters.
Valve used the desktop edition. There was an option to use Plasma Mobile Edition for the UI, which would be a better option, but there would be something needed extra on top. So was there any talk about this where there was a choice?
So we certainly made them aware of what we had in Plasma Mobile, because we worked on Plasma Mobile. I know some of the people working on Steam that kicked off a lot of the Plasma Mobile stuff. So we were aware. We certainly saw things as a suggestion. But I think it's not a mobile device because, we've run it locally, but I find a touchpad very difficult to use because unless you have very long fingers, it's unique. So I think it was very important for them to sell it and market as this is desktop mode, because if you want that full window experience, that's what your mode they provide us for. So I think it's about reducing that overlap and provide something new, which is why I didn't go for that. But the Plasma Mobile applications, that all translates. So we've got Discover out of the box. It's a relatively small screen. Your convergence is convergence. It doesn't matter if it's a small screen, a big screen, or somewhere slightly in the middle. It sort of just works. And we are seeing that work from Plasma Mobile really come into play there. So I think there's a lot of scope for applications to shine there and be something that deck users say, oh, install this app. Happen to come from Plasma Mobile, to them it's a standalone app, doesn't really matter, and have that available.
What were the motivations for Valve using its own immutability solution?
I don't know outside of the stack because, we focus on Plasma because that's our level. I think you're right that other things exist now. The whole structure is similar-ish to Fedora, Silverblue, that sort of thing. But they also need to retain, they would have started this years ago. What existed at the time when they did it, that's up to them. So I'm afraid I can't answer.
Can you go back to the slide with the deck?
I closed LibreOffice, but yeah, sure. Ruining my life.
I don't really have any question. I just want to take the picture and I missed the chance.
Oh, I see. Do you want me to stand? I'm going to stand under it. I mean, you could also take a photo of this and just zoom in a bit closer. Okay. Yeah, and you have to say not life size. Yeah, big enough for. Yeah.
So not even that long ago, KDE still had the reputation of being a heavyweight resource hog. And I mean, it has gone down with Plasma 5, but has the fact that we are running Plasma 5 on a device that has to be extremely efficient improved that? Has there been like specific feedback coming that, oh wow, this is now actually fast?
So I don't think, well, there's a few things to drill into there. Firstly, this is as powerful as my laptop, certainly in terms of how quickly it can compile Quinn. The battery's a bit smaller, but it lasts quite a long time. And I don't think we certainly haven't hit any issues, and we've never been that worried about any issues. As to whether your perception has changed, I don't know. I don't think, it's not something I saw a lot of concern about, because they're marketing it as, it's a desktop, you can use it as a PC. I don't think people were worried about thinking of it as an embedded device. But hopefully we've fixed a couple of people's minds on the internet.
That's all the time we had for questions. Thank you very much, David. We are now doing a short break, after which in this room, Aleix will talk about the creation of a new Plasma product. And over in room number 2, Harald asks you to stop crashing already. See you in a few. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. Please welcome Aleix.
Can I use this? Yes? No? There's nobody in the room. Thank you. Yes? Good. All right. So, I talked about apps before. Now I'm going to talk about a very different kind of product, which is everything that is not an app that we make, which is all the different Plasma environments and things. But before I get ahead of myself, like I was about to, let me introduce myself. For those of you who don't know me, this is my name on the first line. It's pronounced Aleix. It's not Alex. It's not Aleix, especially. And it's not, I don't know, Albert. My name is Aleix. That's my email. If you want to send me an email, I will always try to reply to you eventually, even if it's not on the same day, but I try to do that. This is my 15 Academy, so woo! And this means that I have been doing KDE stuff for quite a while. I've been doing KDE stuff since then. Like when I started joining Academy, it wasn't by chance. And I am the KDV president right now, so I'm part of the KDV board as well. If you want to talk about the KDV things one of these days, feel free to reach out and talk. If you want to talk about it with a beer between us, it's always a little bit better, but it's not mandatory. Now, getting a little bit in topic, it's what is Plasma? And actually, I was saying that I was getting ahead of myself because I was already saying it's not an app. And actually, this is something that this is our current understanding of Plasma. There's been moments in history where, well, Plasma was a framework to create apps, which is not something we're doing anymore, and it's something we might do eventually in the future, but not right now. So, what is it really? And actually, I'm saying it's not apps, but we do distribute a fair amount of applications within Plasma, like system settings or Discover, which they're clearly in the shape of an app. So when you go into the internet discussions and look at the people talking about what everything is, it's always kind of fun that they say it's a desktop environment, which is something that it makes me like feel a little bit uneasy inside. It's definitely technically true, and you can say that, and I'm not gonna haunt you in your dreams or otherwise, but it has a bit of a problem. First, it talks about desktop, which, I mean, it made sense 20 years ago, 30 years ago, probably, maybe even 10, but not anymore, and especially since we started doing Plasma Mobile, and we started doing all of the others, the big screen, etc., which is a little bit what I want to talk about today anyway. So I'm going to suggest that we don't talk about Plasma in terms of desktops anymore, because what is the desktop? A desktop is, well, where you write the letters to your loved ones or whatever in the light of a gas candle in a snowy night of 1893. Also, it's what Windows delivered in 1995. But the vision has changed a lot. So if we remove the word desktop, then we get with an environment, which is, sure, it's an environment, but that doesn't mean anything. And we would probably end up spending much more time defining what an environment is, even in the concept of Linux or software, than the word is good for, right? So I'm going to suggest let's not do that. I'm not going to try to be negative during all of the presentation, don't worry. Then we could say, all right, so we have it on different platforms, different form factors. We have it on a bunch of different kind of places, even in apps, right? So it's a bunch of frameworks to develop apps, right? But for starters, the framework's definition is something highly technical, and I don't think that it either solves anything, right? Because when we are using a Plasma-powered device, we are using a very specific set of features and of components, right? And while they could fit into the definition of framework, if we stretch the definition of frameworks in a way, we could do that, but let's not do that. So, well, right now when talking about frameworks, I already delved into this. Well, maybe it's an experience, right? It's like what the these people have been trying to make me feel when I'm using a computer, which is not entirely wrong, although not everything you feel in front of your computer is our fault, for better or worse. So I'm not gonna go with that. So with the lack of a good one word that we can use, because I am not linguist or even an English native speaker, I'm gonna go with it's a UX for a number of devices designed by us, and us being KDE, and more specifically the people in KDE that are working on Plasma, which it goes, of course, and without needing to say, far beyond the actual developers who do the commits of these ifs and whiles, but like everybody who thinks about how we should be using. When they see a problem, they poke us to address them, right? So I've been talking about Plasma as if it was a thing, but now we're talking about Plasma products, which is something that we can definitely enumerate, and then we should now be able to define that. So not to make the introduction of my talk all that much longer, let's go with it's a UX for a form factor designed by us. We could add an addendum here saying with a specific set of technical solutions that we collectively came up with, because if we had to use a different thing for everything, it would be very hard for us to share any code and, well, all of that. So I guess it does make sense. But in practice, we can maybe argue that it's an implementation detail that all of our Plasma sessions are using the Plasma framework, although it's an implementation detail that is very important in that, like, we're going to go through in this presentation, understanding how this technology works is going to make it much easier for you to be proficient at putting together these kind of products. Now, let's see where we are now before creating new ones. What we need to understand first is that we have some already said. Because one of the big outcomes that I want you to have from this presentation is I shouldn't be always creating new things, being mindful about what we have and how to improve it for my use case is something that always should be on the table and we should try to strive for. Now, this is Plasma Desktop, like we've all known it for at least since Plasma 5, and it's not entirely different from maybe component by component from what we had in Plasma 1 or KDE 1 or 2, right? We have menus, we have windows, we have applications that you can drag and maximize and all of that. This is how desktops were invented a number of years ago, and that's what we've rolled with for a while, and it works because that's what we learned. It doesn't mean that desktops need to be this way, right? Like, we could have done something else, but this is what we did, and this is where we are, and this is the technology that we are betting on, at least for this kind of devices. And now I am talking about desktop again, but it's even false, even in this very narrow context, right? Because, well, I am pretty sure that 80% of our Plasma desktop users are on a laptop or on a different kind of device. Like, nowadays, laptops, you can even detach the screen, which would make anyone from the first laptop users gasp at, this person is crazy, why are they breaking their laptop? But it works quite right, and actually we can, for example, use this Plasma desktop both on a desktop device and on a laptop. And there's been a lot of effort into making sure that this kind of device, this product, can be used on a laptop, right? Like, it has support for battery and power management. This is something that wouldn't entirely make sense on a non-laptop device, but it makes sense. So it's already our first example that this is something that we could, we could have a different Plasma for laptops or for detachables, but we haven't done that, or at least we haven't done that yet, because, well, we value our time. Now, with Plasma 5.26, we see that it's part of the our release. This is something that had been going on. This is Plasma Big Screen. This is a Plasma experience designed to work on TVs and anything that, well, you are sitting a little bit far apart. It has, for example, something that they started working on, Aditya mainly. He has a talk, so he might give some insights on the topic. But he started working on voice integration for it, because for the use case, it makes a lot of sense, right? So if you're thinking about laptop, does it make sense for you to talk to the laptop if you have it on your lap already, or on the desk anyway? Probably not, right? Like, you can already reach it with your hand, but maybe, well, or at least this is what they thought when they designed it. It does make sense to talk to your TV because it's a few meters away, and, well, you want to control it and to be, well, explanatory. Something that also they had to work on that we just never realized it was super important is the what we call right now the Plasma Remote Controllers component, which makes it possible for you to use your TV remote on Plasma big screen, and incidentally also on the Plasma desktop, because we use the same technologies, so there's well, feeding back and forth. And then there we also can use other kind of remote, like, I don't know, a gaming console remote, and yeah, some other stuff like that. And if you wanted to add something there, this is something we could always do. Now, I am talking about this as this is something that we needed a new product. But we could easily, if you wanted, make the argument that it wasn't needed. I have been connecting my Plasma desktop to my TV to play movies for the longest time, and then you would be quite right? Like, if you want to watch the last movie you definitely didn't download on your TV, a very good way of doing that is to plug in your laptop or your desktop into the TV and play it. And like, you don't need a whole new shell to be able to watch a movie full screen, because we have a ton of software that already does that for desktops. And in fact, many of the applications that you're going to use on the desktop are the same as here. You don't need it, but it's not convenient at all. You don't want to have a mouse and a keyboard connected to your TV just to be able to watch things. And maybe actually, if you're downloading definitely illegal things, you want to do it in a way to communicate that makes sense in this kind of UX, right? Like, if you're already integrating the remote controller from your TV, you want to be able to do your things from up and down and left and right. And when you cannot, you want to integrate maybe these things with KD Connect, which is already doing these things. And the things that KD Connect will do with this kind of shell will already be different from what you would be doing on the desktop. And I'm actually mentioning specifically KD Connect because they already did some specific integration work with KD Connect so that, for example, you can send your voice into the phone and into the Mycroft engine over there to execute the commands, because, well, you need a good microphone, and something that you have on a phone often is a good microphone. Another Plasma product that we've been working on over the last several years is Plasma Mobile. It's again using 99% of the same code as the rest. It's using the same kind of kernels. It's using the same Qt. It's using the same KD frameworks. And it's using a lot of the same Plasma components. You did see Devin's talk, I'm sure many of you saw that. We're sharing the same components for notifications. We're sharing a lot of the same applications. But yet, if you put Plasma Desktop on a phone, which definitely you can do, it wouldn't be very nice, right? Like, for example, you would have over here a little button that opens a menu that you can scroll on. This would be fine, but I don't think anyone wants to do that. So it's all a matter of seeing, is it worth it, what we get to create a new UI, but also, well, how convenient and how better your product is going to be when you adopt it. But for example, we can see that we never ended up putting together a product for our tablets, which, yes, it's not entirely true. We tried that. But in the context of this talk, we don't have today a Plasma for tablets. And that's fine, because some tablets will be all right with Plasma Mobile, some tablets will be fine with Plasma Desktop, and that's all right. And if one day we say, tablets definitely need these, like, if I shake it, do something entirely different, we can do another one, right? Like, we can do it, and why? Because we have all of the technology to make it easy, well, to be done. So Now, what I want to put you in the mindset right now is, before starting a Plasma product, this means that you have a big, long journey to take on. You need to be thinking about a ton of things. It's definitely doable, but you need to be very mindful about what you want to do. But then sometimes it's probably worth it and even advisable, right? So to do this presentation, I'm gonna use as an example the well, this is the very first alpha, super alpha squared of something we call Plasma Inc., which is for a device called the Keynote, which is the one that you can see framing our lovely black and white plasma, which is not plasma for very old TVs, but actually one of these ink devices that, well, are one of the special things is that they are only black and white, but they have a ton of other specificities. So in this case, I think that it makes a lot of sense that we do at least some of the adaptations that we need, because, for example, if we show a lot of different shades of gray over here, it makes everything much harder to read. And for example, we're gonna have, like, we need to make sure that there's no animation here. One of these, the things about this kind of displays that the refresh rate is not great. And one thing we could do as Plasma is, we're used to 60 FPS. Let's fix all of the ink displays, which if we did, we would probably get rich right now. But that's not what we decided. What we decided was, let's try to not have animations, right? This is the kind of thing we're thinking about. Like, let's make sure that when we have a new kind of device with different restrictions, we can adapt to them and be the kind of wall desktop we want to do. For example, here, we haven't really changed yet the setup of the Plasma desktop because, well, first, it's a super alpha, so we didn't really have the time yet. It could probably make sense. We have several mockups, for example, to make the menu full screen, because you don't want to be scrolling on this kind of UIs, like I said, because very slow refresh rate, so let's not do that. All these kind of things need to be thought of. And for example, here you can see Dolphin. Is Dolphin the application that we want to have there? Maybe not, probably not even, but, well, we need people to think about it. And I'm talking about this as a super alpha thing, and I am hoping that all of you are starting to think what is going to be your role on this product, because if we want to make it happen, we need to work on it anyway. So, it's about this balance, right? It's about the balance between making everything go through the same solution, like maybe Plasma desktop everywhere or Plasma mobile everywhere, which I don't think it makes any sense, or making an entirely different shell for any device. Like, it doesn't even need to be any form factor, right? Like, we could decide that any HP laptops, they get a new shell with a panel on top and whatever else, right? This could be done. Is it a good idea? I don't think so, especially if the devices are not entirely different. But it sure is something that we could be doing. And please don't start sending merge requests about this kind of details. It's, well, an example. Now, I'm going to try to take a look right now at what does it take at the technical level to do this kind of integration for a device. Not because you have to start creating very different devices right now, but to see what kind of things we did for this Plasma Inc. thing, which could be looking maybe more complex than it is or less. And then we will look a little bit later on a next section about the non-technical aspect of this endeavor. Effectively, and as it is set up right now, which actually doesn't even need to be the end game on the subject, is that it's an executable. So, like, you know, when you start a session on your device, I guess, something is executed by SDDM or a different component, different but similar component. We execute an executable. What we do here is it's basically a script that just does this. Here I simplified it from the one that we have. The one we have on Plasma Inc. and Plasma Mobile and Plasma Big Screen is maybe like 20 lines, but it was too boring, and it wasn't proving a point. I am here to prove a point. So what we're doing basically is just setting the shell that we want to load and starting a Plasma Wayland session. And by the way, before you ask or something, I am only considering doing any other form factors using Wayland. I don't think that it makes sense using X11 anymore for anything that isn't a desktop or a laptop. But I wouldn't go much farther. Because especially in these kind of cases, Wayland gives us a lot of like a very tight grip on the kind of relationship we have with the hardware, whereas it's something that we need to delegate to X11 and Xorg in this case for X11, which is very, very hard for us, especially if none of us are Xorg developers, which is something that we've all suffered over the last couple of decades. Now, like I said, it effectively is one of the files like you will see on your user share Wayland sessions. You can see others over there from Plasma. You will see others from non-Plasma. It's also what you will get, I don't know, from Sway and GNOME and etc. This executes an executable, which is what we looked at before. Now, you saw we were setting an environment variable that loaded what we call a look and feel, which basically is defined by these 4 lines. Again, I did clean up this because it's a little bit more complex than that, but the rest is not all that interesting. But what we're saying is we're called Plasma Inc., we're a Plasma shell, and we're loading Plasma Inc. So it will get all of the defaults and everything from packages called Plasma Inc. And if they're not present, it will use the Plasma desktop. So that's how we could do like making something specific, like the color stuff that I showed you and all. But otherwise, it looks like a Plasma desktop. But then we can start like modifying things little by little until we're at the point where we want. So this allows us to share a ton of code with our app streaming in this case, which would be Plasma desktop. There's a lot of things that we're going to need that can just be implemented in Plasma desktop, and that's fine, and everybody has them. And there's some things, like the colors, we don't want to make everybody use black and white only because we want to be able to support e-ink displays, right? So for those cases, we can make it specific, and that's fine. So that you see what in practice it looks like, because it could look a bit or sound a little bit ethereal. These are the defaults file, which basically they define, like here we're talking about, this is the Plasma Shell RC file, and then we have the group, and then this value. This is gonna be written into our .config file. So when, in this case, when Plasma Shell loads this configuration package, it's gonna find this for the shell package key. Right, so as soon as you're using, or as soon as you're developing Plasma Shell, it's already transparent to you. You don't need to have a ton of ifs to see if I am Plasma Inc. or if I'm anything else. You're just fed the correct thing. Something that we've developed to make it easy for you to create this kind of shells is Plasma Nano. Plasma Nano, if you saw Nate's presentation, it was started, I think, to make sure that the Microsoft device and Plasma Mobile could be sharing work. And it's proved useful on other cases. Also, Big Screen now, of course, is using it. But there's other cases that you might want to use it. We're not using it in e-ink, for example, just yet, because we're defaulting on Plasma Desktop, which is more useful that way. But it's something we could do if it came to it. Like I said, it's a matter of whatever saves the most code wins. Now, we've been talking about the technical level, and note that we didn't talk about any C++ or any QML. I mean, definitely there is some of that. But so far, we've been talking about mostly desktop files and configuration. So what you want is just to put your system into a state that looks for the defaults and the components they want to use into a different place. And in case of many of the QML components, like, I don't know, the lock screen is different on Plasma Mobile and on Plasma Desktop. What we do is we have in a different place the same files more or less, and then when you are on that shell, you're going to find the right one regardless. Now, I was talking about how not to be creating like maniacs a new Plasma product for everything, but that it needs to make sense, right? So what we need to be thinking about is a user story. I am not the most qualified person to be talking about user stories, but you can definitely look it up on the interwebs. But a little bit, the idea is like, what do you want your people, your users to be experiencing over their process, especially when they get this new device that they might be familiar with or not. Like, for example, something that is very clear on both Plasma Mobile and Plasma Desktop is that it's something, even Plasma Big Screen, it's something that like you assume that there are some concepts that your users are familiar with from the get-go. But this is not something necessary, right? Like you could be creating an entirely different kind of user experience that is new because it's a different kind of device or whatever, right? So this is something to be thinking about. Also, something to think about is hardware vendor. I think that it's very important that we don't think about creating products for hypothetical vendors. Something we've been doing and in Linux, and it's definitely been a problem, and whoever doesn't say it's a problem is lying, is that we haven't had like very ad hoc hardware vendors. This is something we've been fixing over the recent years, but we're definitely still having problems, right? But you need to have a product, like something in mind that you can touch, that you can test with, that you can have your people test with, and try it. And it needs to work for these things, right? Then you can find another one and another one. Also, it doesn't need to be like you creating the hardware, right? It can be another company. It doesn't even need to be. When we started Plasma Mobile, there weren't any easily available hardware. So actually, Bushan started, I think, working on putting it on Nexus 5X and Nexus 5 before. Actually, it was probably before Bushan. Anyway, KDE developers started working on making sure that that device was available because we needed something that we could just rely on and make sure that it worked. And ask our friends to test it over there. You need to have something that you can buy, and you can put the hardware on. And what I said, it doesn't need to be you shipping it. You don't want to end up in the position where you cannot, well, tell your friends to buy this thing, and it's going to run our experience, right? If you need to tell people, you buy this thing, you wipe the hard drive with all of your guarantee, and then you put this other software that we create, which is like ACE. I mean, it's fine. We've been doing it for a while, and we've been suffering it as well. So let's be aware of it. Now, like I was talking before about apps on the Gold Talk, we need to be doing far more beyond the technical work. Even if it's not that technical work, what I was talking over here. We need to be doing the promotion, the explanation of the product, and actually having a hardware platform, for example, helps a lot over there. You need to be able to explain to humanity what your product is about and why humanity needs your work. Because if nobody needs your work, maybe, and don't quote me, maybe you're wasting your time. But, well, hopefully not. Then something we've been doing in the past is, and we're doing more and more of that, is, well, thinking about how our binaries reach the hardware. Like I was saying before, we weren't thinking before about the hardware because we were not even thinking about the step that took our software into hardware, which has been distros. But especially when you're starting, like I said, you need to have a hardware to run it on, and to have a hardware to run it on, you're going to need binaries, and you need to have a plan for those. This can be one of the distros that we have, and by saying distros here, I am already being a bit biased, maybe not. But you need to have a plan for that anyways. For example, with the KDE Slimbook, what we've been doing is KDE Neon. With the PinePhone, what we've been doing is working with Manjaro. But in any case, we need to have at least a path to adoption. Then it should never be just you working on that platform. You're gonna have you're gonna want people to be collaborating. They can collaborate straight out into your shell by well, by making merge requests, but that only goes as far, right? We need to have a plan for people to be able to put together their ideas. Again, what we've been doing in the past has been to rely on the distros a lot to be doing this kind of work. But I think that we're seeing that using other means that are more direct to us also helps us. Like, we can have a very direct relationship with a distro and say, now we're working on the shell on these topics, right? But we cannot have every distro care about every different app and every different framework that there is around. But if we have means for well, third parties to reach your platform, that works. And like David was saying, this is how we've been doing, like how Valve decided to do it was through FlatHub specifically. So yeah, this is something you can and should be thinking about. Now, something that I thought that it could make sense to go through some topics that are, well, it's tempting to say, all right, so you have this Plasma desktop thing. I'm gonna just, instead of making something on top and be sharing all of this stuff, which is definitely more work, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just do this couple of patches and it's gonna be all right. And then this is what we could just call a micro fork, right? Like, yes. Aleix said in Akademy 2022 that any distro that is patching KDE is already forking it. Well then, yeah, it's probably a fork. Because, and actually this is the biggest problem, is that as soon as you start changing small things, and well, you get comfortable with it, and actually you start working with it and on it, you will see that you start doing more of that. And this is a problem. This is a problem for you as a downstream, because you're changing things that potentially don't quite understand. And it's a problem for us because all of the work that you're putting on, it doesn't reach us. So the other side of the coin is going to be just work with upstream. Like we said, it's important that you establish a relationship with the different people who are going to get your product into the user's hands. So if that's not you, make sure that these people who are doing that talk to you, explain to you what their problems are, and that you have solutions for them, because otherwise they're going to come up with their solutions, and yeah, they're going to fork, and we don't want to fork, right? See the last slide. Before we end up in a weird loop over here, just going to remind you that we're all here developing Plasma because, well, we want to improve it, and there's room for improvement. So if you see something that is not working, and it doesn't need to be a bug, a crash, or something super obvious, you think that it should work entirely different, don't assume that somebody decided something needs to be in a specific way, and it cannot be changed. Everything can be changed, and everything should be discussed. And I am sure that if you find your Plasma designer, developer, whatever that you might need, and have a thoughtful conversation, you can do that. You can make it happen. And by the way, in KDE, we have more tools than we ever did. Like something that gave us the pandemic, besides something, a couple of years of non-talking to each other in person, has been setting up something called meet.kd.org, which is a magnificent tool for meeting each other. You don't even need to travel. You don't need to go anywhere. You can just say, OK, let's have a talk. You have a talk with each other. You see the different points of view. And I am definitely sure that this is better than a weird conversation on chat that very quickly escalates and, well, potentially doesn't lead anywhere. And when talking about devices, something I want to say is be careful with ARM. ARM is very powerful, and it has allowed us to do things with Pine, for example, that we had never seen with other partners. But you need to have a very committed partner to do that. Like any adoption that I've seen on of a device on ARM has needed very specific images for any kind of device, which this is something that it's fine if it's a very important device for us, but if we're on the prospect moment of our product, when we haven't decided just yet to adopt it, it can be very draining to see a percentage of your team, instead of being able to worry about the user experience and what they're seeing when they're using your product, that they need to be fighting with the hardware to make sure that it's booted. This is not something that we can afford, I think. So I would recommend working with more standard platforms that way. But in practice, I think that it's a good opportunity for us to be putting forward some experiences that, among a very boring set of components, you end up putting a very special experience that is created by us, that is making our users' life more. Oh, it didn't jump slides? Oh, well, it doesn't like my slide. Well, it has a nice landscape of Barcelona. you're missing it. That you can have your very special experience with what you're doing, because there is definitely room for improvement. We have a huge industry, and we have probably the biggest competitors in our realm. We are competing against Google, we're competing against Microsoft, we're competing against Apple, and that's probably one of the most uphill battles, but we definitely have a chance, and we have a chance as soon as we understand what our users, as soon as we understand our users, and as soon as we can cater to them. So, well, now we have a slide that says question mark, because it's time for questions. So we can probably take some questions now or over the week.
Thank you very much, Aleix, for the talk. Are there any questions in the room for the speaker? I just checked the online ones, but there weren't any at this point. Yeah, so maybe someone in the room? Yep.
Hi, Alex. Yes, just a quick question. Like, you showed that you will use desktop UI on e-ink screen, right?
Well, I said that on the super alpha we have right now, that's what we have.
Okay. So would it be better to use the Plasma UI screen for such use cases, or you think desktop UI is much better?
You mean the mobile UI?
Yes.
Well, the mobile UI relies on you like doing things like scrolling, right? And I'm not sure that this is the best solution for a screen that has very low refresh rate. But I don't know, like, it's very easy to change, like you said. So you can try, change, and see. I think that what we probably want to do is like a bespoke shell like we did for Plasma Mobile, right? But it only makes sense to do that once we know exactly what the user experience of that device is going to be. And I don't think it's clear to me or to the community at large. But, I mean, it's definitely open to discussion. And actually, we do have a buff about Plasma Ink. I'm pretty sure it's on Monday, maybe Tuesday. So yeah, go to your buffs, make things happen.
Last second question on the chat here. You mentioned ARM. Any thoughts about RISC-V?
So my complaint about ARM isn't the instructions in the executables, right? I wanted to say I couldn't care less. I could care, but the important thing is how hard it is to set up an image. ARM could still figure themselves out, right? Like, as soon as I can create an image for a PinePhone and use it on, I don't know, an iPhone, then this problem will be solved, and we can decide about other things. But until that's the case, I am still going to feel like it's a big effort to adopt ARM as a platform, unless we have a big infrastructure, like I said, with the Pine case.
Anyone else with questions? Thank you very much, Aleix. So we're taking a very short break. Should be back in a couple of minutes, 7 to be exact. In this room, Lina will talk about reuse, and room number 2, Nicolas and Alexander will be talking about Frameworks 6. See you after the break. Hello, everyone, after the break. Please welcome to the stage Lina.
So, hello, everyone. Okay, yeah, so my name is Lina Ceballos. I am a project coordinator at the Free Software Foundation Europe, or FSFE. And for those who don't know us, we're a charity that empowers users to control technology. And yeah, we believe that that's possible with free software. So among, together with other activities, we have our reuse initiative, which is a set of best practices that aims to make the displaying of legal information, and by this I mean copyright and license information, in a free software. It aims to make it easier and also easily verifiable, as well as it seeks to already implement existing practices. So yeah, let's get started. So first, I would like to start with a short quiz. I know the answers, I think, but let's give it a try. So please raise your hand who has ever programmed some code here. Okay, and then now please raise your hand who has ever released some of this code under a free software license. Perfect. I like to see all the hands right side the same, like with the 2 questions. And last, please raise your hand who has never been confused by how to declare or properly declare license and copyright information in your free software project. Yes, okay, so basically this is the goal of Reuse. Reuse seeks to, I don't know if you, I think it's only this one, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so basically Reuse seeks to help in this process that might become a little bit complicated sometimes. So let's talk about how the state of play is at the moment. And unfortunately, it's not in a galaxy far, far away, but it's happening in our ecosystem right now. And these are some of the common mistakes that we've seen so far. So the first one is that there is missing information about license and copyright of own or third-party code. So sometimes we go to a repository and it's really unclear and it's really hard to identify this legal information in the code. The second one, which is connected to the first one, is that reusers may overlook the chosen licenses for all or some individual files in our repository. And I think you all know that to a big extent, the freedoms that we give depend a lot on the licenses we choose. So this information is really, really important. The third one is that it's a little bit tricky to know how to deal with multiple licenses. So we don't know how to display this information when our project is under more than one license. And it's also hard to get to know this information as someone outside the project, let's say. And the fourth one is that there is a little bit of ambiguity on the licenses. So, for instance, we find that some projects are under the GPL license, but we don't know. We can be the version 3, but we don't know if it's version 3 only or later. So it becomes a little bit ambiguous to know exactly what license the project is under. And the last one is that there might be some conflicting best practices. I like to give this example, for instance, with the license. Some projects store the license in a file called copying, Others store it in a file called license, others in the README file, so it's really difficult to really get to identify and know where the license is and what license we're using. And these are not the best practices you're looking for because we want to make it as clear as possible for the whole ecosystem and for everybody. That's why I want to invite you today to reuse the force. And reuse is basically trying to make this easy to find and to also display this copyright and license information because this information is going to be stored in every single file of our repository. And it's going to be added through a header. So every single file in a repository is going to have a header that is going to contain this information. Reuse is also trying to avoid silos because we're going to store this legal information as close as possible to the code. So again, if you go to every single file, you will be able to identify this information. Reuse is also aiming to make this information readable for humans and for machines alike. So we all are going to be able to understand this information as well as our tools. And last but not least, reuse is aiming to make licensing easy, but why not fun as well for developers, no matter the size of the project. And so how do you do that, right? It's very simple. It's only 3 steps. The first one, you will choose and provide a license. The second one, you will add this copyright and license information to each file of your repository. And the third one, with the help of our linter tool, you're gonna confirm that your project is reuse compliant. So let's go one by one. The first one is we're gonna choose and provide a license. So again, we advise to make a wise decision on the kind of license you wanna choose for your project, because again, that's basically the terms and conditions that you're gonna select for your project. And we also recommend to use already well-known and often used licenses. And we're gonna save the license of the text, like the text of this license in a file, and we're gonna store it in a directory that is gonna be named licenses. So this is one of the first features of reuse. We're gonna just have a dedicated directory for our licenses, and all the files, all the licenses are gonna be stored here. And we're gonna name this text file after the XPDX license identifier. So here we're making use of existing practices, and that's why we're making use of the XPDX license identifier. So basically, our project is gonna look like this. It's gonna have the licenses directory, and then you will see that the text of this file is named after the XPDX license identifier. One small remark here is that reuse doesn't support license compatibility so far, so it is important for you to double check that if you're gonna select more than one license in your project. We at the FSF also have a dedicated mailing list for license questions. In case you have any trouble or you're a little bit unsure how to proceed, you can always reach us out in our mailing list. Okay, and now the second one. So now we're gonna go and add a header to every single of our files. And the header is gonna look like the example. So we're gonna use the XPDX tags, the license identifier, as well as the file copyright tags. And again, we're going to make use of the XPDX license identifier. So in this case, we know it's very easy to understand that we're using the GPL 3 or later. And then we're just going to name the author of the code. Our reuse linter is able to identify if you just have the copyright symbol or you just have copyright written on your code. However, we want to make use of the XPDX tag, so we recommend to use the XPDX file copyright text. And I know that you might be wondering how to proceed with files that you cannot edit, such as image files or JSON files and so on. So for this, we have two alternatives. The first one, we're going to create a separate text file with the text of this legal information. So we're just going to add the header in a text file. And we're going to name this file under the file, and it's going to be called .license. So again, in this example, we see that there is a picture of a cat. And then we're just going to name it exactly the same, .license. And then everybody that go to this directory and then see the picture of the cat then will be able to recognize that there is a license file and this information is stored there. But we also know that for some projects that are pretty big, creating a dedicated license text, like a text file for every single file can become a little bit of a burden, and also it's not ideal because it can, of course, double the size of the project. So for these cases, we also have the option of creating a dep5 file that we're going to store in a directory that it's going to be called .reuse. The dep5 file is a project from the Debian, and then it's just going to look like this. And it's going to be also pretty straightforward to identify this. So we're going to see that all the files in the image directory are under the CCBY4, and Great Artist is the author of those images. For these cases, I think it's important to note that it's good to have, to really know this information for the whole directory, because you have to make sure that this information is correct, right? Like if there an image in this directory that is not under this license, then you have to make sure to document or to note this. And the third one, we're just gonna confirm that our project is reuse. We're gonna use our helper tool, or linter tool, and in seconds, it's gonna be able to scan the whole project, and then it's gonna let us know, what kind of licenses we're using, and if there are some missing files, and it's gonna just let us know exactly how it works. So now I would like to show you how you can make use of this tool. And for this, I have prepared this, I have prepared this small project. Can you hear me? Okay. So I have this project here. It has some directories, some couple of code files, and then you have some images. So we are gonna first make use of our linter tool. So we're gonna run our command reuse lint, and then we're gonna be able to see that, basically scans everything, and then just told us that none of our files contains this legal information. So we're just gonna start using, implement it, right? So we're gonna make use again of our tool. We're gonna make use of our reuse at header command. So first, the copyright. So let's say Jane Doe is the author of this code, and now the license. And for this project, Jane Doe decided to use the GPL 3 or later. So she makes use of the SPDX license identifier. And then in this case, if you don't specify the year, the tool is gonna add the current year. So if we don't specify, then it's gonna be 2022. But it turns out that she wants to make sure that the year that she wrote the code is 2018. So she's just gonna write it here. And then we're just gonna let know that the tool what directories we're gonna add this header. So let's use add it to the source directories. Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, now it should be fine. Yes. So now if we go to the directory, then we'll see that the tool add the header and also recognizes the syntax and just add the information that we add there. So okay, now we have included this to all our source code. Now let's scan again and let's see what our tool tells us. And then told us that we have 5 files that are missing this information. So let's just go and add this information for the image files. So we're just gonna add the same, we're just gonna make use of the same command. But in this case, the license is the CCB Y4. And the year, it's 2012. And we're gonna tell the tool to add all directory. And then if we go to the directory, to the image directory, then we will be able to see that the tool automatically has created a text file with this information for every file in this case. So once again, we're gonna run the linter tool, and then we still have 3 more files. I'm just gonna leave the git ignore for last. So let's just make use of the same command, and then in this case, let's just tell to add it to the make file and to the readme file. And then just did it automatically as well. We can check again, can identify the syntax. And in this case, the git ignore is technically not a copyrightable file, but the whole idea of reuse is that all our files contain this information. So in this case, I would recommend that you have 2 options. You can just put this file under the public domain, under the CCO, or you can just make use of the same license that you have been using for your project. Nobody's gonna stop you from that, but if in any case you go to a court, the judge is gonna decide that it's under the public domain or that it's not copyrightable. So let's just add the header to this with the same license. Let's just keep the year. So just add it please to the git ignore. So now technically our files contain this legal information. So if we use our linter tool, it's gonna tell us that the 18 files of our 18 contain this information, but still our project is not reuse compliant. And this is because we haven't created the license directory, which is an important feature of reuse. But with this, we can also make use of our tool. So you can just tell the tool to download all the licenses that you're using in your repository. And then, the tool is gonna create a directory, and it's gonna download the text, and it's gonna name it under the SPDX license identifier. So if we go one last time, then we will see that finally our project follows the specifications of reuse. So yeah, this is basically how reuse looks in practice. I know that it's a very small project, and then in reality it's completely different. But yeah, the whole idea was to show how the tool works, and I mean, you guys who are developers can make better use of this tool, and probably it's gonna help you a lot. But now I would like to talk a little bit about the components of reuse. So reuse is it's like an umbrella, like initiative of a reuse is an umbrella. So it's composed of best practices, which I just more or less explained, which are the specifications, such as the licenses directory, the headers in every single file, and alternatives for files that you cannot comment. And basically with these specifications, we are aiming to make reuse the standard way to display this information. We also have a tutorial and an FAQ to help people getting started. So the tutorial is basically what I just showed in the practical example. And there are also another bunch of features that the tool has that can also help a lot. And in the FAQ, we give answers to questions that go from the tool itself, but also more legal-oriented, complex questions, because what we are aiming to do is to lower the threshold so more people can actually start making use of reuse. As I just showed, we have the helper tool, which also, I mean, is just seeking to support developers in making the project reuse compliant, and it actually helps a lot. For like after you implement reuse, there are also some options to such as a pre-commit hook or the CI workflow implementation. So once your project is reuse compliant, you can adopt this, and then it's going to start scanning and helping you to keep track of your project in the future. And we have also an API in which you can register your project once it's reuse compliant. And then if it's reuse compliant, you will create a badge that you can put on your repository later to let others know that your project follows the specifications of reuse. And in that sense, we can also keep track of how many projects have been implementing reuse. So once again, what are the reuse specialties? What is so special about reuse? So we have the license text. Every single license that we're going to use, doesn't matter if it's only for pictures, for one piece of code, or for everything. Everything is going to be stored in this licenses directory. Every file is going to contain this legal information through a comment header. And we are going to make use of the SPDX license identifier tags, as well as the SPDX copyright file text. Reuse has alternatives for files that you cannot comment. And in the long run, it's trying to make unambiguous the way we display this copyright and license information, because, again, every file of our repository is going to contain this information. So now I would like to talk a little bit about the ongoing developments with reuse. So again, our tool is an ongoing improvement, and then it's seeking to further improve the helper tool as well as the API. So our developers are on a daily basis working to improve it. The specifications as well. For instance, here I would like to mention very quickly that we are trying to change the deb file for a YAML file in the future to make it more flexible as well. And yeah, probably that's going to change as well. It's going to be better. But this is an ongoing process, and this is still, there is still some time to get there. There is also snippet support in the pipeline. So in the future, if you have snippet on your code, you're going to be able to declare legal information for that specific snippet as well. And yeah, there's a bunch of other changes that are in the queue at the moment. We are also trying to better integrate in other platforms and other initiatives. And again, that's why we're making use of the SPDX license identifier and tags and the file and so on. And we are trying to spread the word, which is basically what I'm doing here. We're trying to let as many developers as possible know that this tool is here for you guys to make use of it. So we're also supporting communities, but also companies in adopting the best practices of reuse. So here, for example, so we have the software that I just showed with the tool, but we make use of that and we help communities and companies through in different frameworks. So for instance, we have the Next Generation Internet, which is a European Commission initiative, which is aiming to shape the Internet of the future. And there are a bunch of projects on that framework that we're helping to become reuse compliant. So we do so through some guidance, but also through practical examples. So we send merge requests to these projects, and then in the future they decide if they implement it or not. But we like to support these projects because they're just starting, and then it's easier for them to just go for reuse from the beginning. We also have, as I already mentioned, our mailing list, which is focused on license questions. So all our free software community is welcome to just drop any questions, and our legal team is going to do its best to help and to guide in this kind of issues, because we know that this might become a little bit complicated sometimes, even for us as well. And then last year, we launched our Reuse Booster project, which basically is aiming to change a little bit the workflow. So now we're approaching projects, and we're trying to work closely with them, trying to understand their workflow, trying to understand their needs, and just helping them in a closer way to implement reuse. For instance, in this framework, Curl has implemented reuse, and GNU Health has also decided to implement reuse on all its components. So we have seen that shift of just sending merge requests to a more closer approach, and I think projects value that a lot because then you get to understand better how they work and what kind of needs they have, and also what kind of questions they have. And so it's a kind of an ongoing process, but in the end, it really helps. So talking about who has adopted reuse. So in our API, we have more than 1,200 projects registered. We like to believe that it's more, but they haven't registered yet. As I already mentioned, the majority of projects of the Next Generation Internet initiative have implemented reuse, which is, we're talking about more than 100. Again, like KDE and all its frameworks, and has implemented this and its licensing policy, so good job, KDE. And as I already mentioned, Curl and GNU Health have decided to also implement reuse. GNU Health is still in process, but the wheel is there. And from the corporate side, we have seen companies such as Siemens, Huawei, SAP, LifeRate, LF Energy, who have also implemented reuse in their licensing policies. The kernel of Linux partially has implemented reuse, because of course it's huge. And the question is whether you and your project want to also implement reuse and its specifications. So how can you join us? We have also a dedicated mailing list for reuse, in which you can also ask some questions. If there is something that is not clear with the FAQ or in the tutorial, you can always ask anything there, and there is always a debate going on there. Again, you can make one or all of your projects reuse compliant. I just showed that it's very straightforward, and once you get to understand all the features that reuse has, it's pretty easy to use it. You can integrate reuse into your community, like KDE has done. Again, reuse is a free software, so you can always contribute with code to the tool as well. All the improvements that we have done are because of the community as well, all the issues and merge requests that are open there. So that's very valuable. And also, I mean, this tool is for you guys, developers, so if there is something that can be improved, we'll be very happy to know. And yeah, you can help or guide others to implement reuse or to adopt reuse. Again, it's very straightforward, so it's pretty easy to use it. And here I would like to give a big thank you to all our FSFE supporters, because really with you, like, you have enabled our work, and it wouldn't have been possible with your support. If you haven't, you're always welcome to support us. And yes, with this, I would like to close my presentation. I would be very happy to take any questions, and if maybe we don't have the time to answer all of them, you can always drop me an email or join our mailing list. We'll be more than happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions in the audience? Yes?
It's a little bit outside of the software context, but have you thought about reaching out to open science initiatives? So many universities are adopting policies of publishing data, software code, and other things related to the scientific process. And I think this would be really relevant for what they're doing to standardize that process. So it's about a bit outside of the software context, but have you thought about something like this?
Well, I mean, in the FSFE, we're trying to really get involved with different communities. Maybe also this is a little bit out of topic, but we've been following a little bit what's happening with the AI Act and so on. And then based on that, we're also trying to get involved with open data communities as well. So yeah, I mean, this is definitely that we see as an opportunity, because why not? Yeah, but I mean, it requires some time and human capacity, so we are just doing our best. But yeah, we have that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you for the Thank you for the presentation. I'm really looking forward for the specification updates with the new features. Maybe I would like to add 2 points from my personal wish list. One is a maybe smaller thing that might help reuse adoption. It's mainly in GitLab and GitHub, that those online platforms mostly fall back to the old copyright file or the license file and do not adopt the licenses in the reuse directory, which is hiding what the licenses really are in a repository. I think that might help, because in KDE we see it because the licenses are not shown because GitLab is not supporting it. That might help if the FSFE talks to them and triggers them. It would be good in that direction to go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if I completely got your point. Maybe because of the mask, it's also a little bit hard.
It's the display of licenses in a repository. You have all the licenses in the licenses directory, but several online platforms ignore it. They use the old locations. the copyright file or the license file, and it only displays those. So it's not visible what you have there.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, this is also discussed by our reuse team, actually. Yeah, mainly on like GitLab and other platforms. But yeah, I mean, this is something as well that requires some communication with them as well, and feedback and back and forth. But yeah, this is definitely in the pipeline. Yeah.
Can you use the tool to switch from one license already used to another, or update an existing license to a newer version for the whole project automatically?
I mean, if your project doesn't have yet the headers, so it's pretty easy and pretty straightforward. I know that there is a way to replace the information, so you could always change the header. So yeah, I mean, if your project hasn't really adopted reuse yet, changing the license is pretty straightforward, because you just use the tool as I showed.
In KDE frameworks, we have the situation that we have code that's grown over many years, and we have libraries or applications that mix source files with different licenses. But when we release the software, we want to say, for example, the library is LGPL 2.0 or 3.0. Is FSFE also interested in that, trying to figure out from the used licenses in the project if that's possible to say that I can release this entire project under a certain license that is compatible with all the licenses that I use?
Yeah, no, sorry, can you repeat the question again?
I think the question was about checking the compatibility of licenses, and I think you mentioned in the slides that you cannot do that at this point.
I wanted to ask if FSFE is interested in exploring that with the reuse tool or something different.
With the compatibility, okay. Yeah, I mean, this has been also discussed, but I mean, it's not in our priorities yet, because that requires, I mean, you need to understand the terms of the license as well, and I think it's important that there is some human oversight on that decision, so to say. So yeah, I mean, this is a thing that has been discussed and also by the community, but so far it's not part of the priorities.
Why do you use a file as the basic unit of for copyright? Why every file has to have a license? Why can't I say all files in this project are under the same license?
Why does it be filed with one? Okay, yeah. Because I mean, if your project is only under one license, it's pretty straightforward and very easy, but we know that a lot of projects use more than one license, and therefore it's very hard to know exactly what piece of code or what file is under which license. So we believe that the closer you store this information to the source, or to the code, or to the file, the less likely is that people would misunderstood this information. And I mean, misunderstanding this legal information, it's a little bit complicated, and we're talking about infringing license requirements and so on. So we really try to make it as simple as possible to avoid these legal issues in the long run.
I think that's it for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So this was the last talk for today. Don't worry, Akademy is continuing tomorrow. Starting from 10 a.m. is the second keynote from Hector about Asahi Linux, or Asahi, I'm not sure exactly. It's starting at 10 a.m. and I think that's 8 UTC, I believe. And also one announcement, if you have registered to buy a t-shirt but haven't picked it up yet, you can do it at the info desk at the top, and please do it. They were created specifically for you. So pick them up. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.